Hermippus, my friend. I once heard someone observe that ancient philosophers conducted most of their teaching in the form of dialogue, but that this method of composition has seldom been practiced in more recent times, and has rarely succeeded in the hands of those who have attempted it. Accurate and logical argument, which is now expected of philosophers, naturally leads to a methodical and didactic style that immediately explains the point without introduction, and then proceeds without interruption to deduce the proofs on which it is established. Presenting a philosophical theory in conversation is seldom natural. The dialogue writer, by departing from the direct style of composition, desires to free the performance and avoid the convention of author and reader, but encounters instead a worse difficulty, that of conveying the image of pedagogue and pupil. If the dispute is conducted in the spirit of good company, by introducing a variety of topics and preserving a proper balance among the speakers, so much time is lost in preparation and transitions that the reader will hardly find it is worth sacrificing order, brevity, and precision for the graces of dialogue. However, there are some subjects to which the dialogue form is especially well suited, and where it is preferable to the direct and simple method of composition. Any doctrine which is so obvious that it scarcely admits of dispute, but is so important that it cannot be too often repeated, seems to require some such method. The novelty of the style may compensate for the triteness of the subject. The lively conversation may enforce the precept, and the variety of lights shed by the various people and characters will appear neither tedious nor redundant. Any philosophical question that is so obscure and uncertain that human reason can reach no agreement about it, if it is treated at all, seems to lead us naturally to the style of dialogue and conversation. Reasonable people may be allowed to differ where no one can reasonably be certain. Opposing opinions, even without a decision, provide delightful amusement. And if the subject is unusual and interesting, a book carries us in a way into good company and unites the two greatest and purest pleasures of human life, learning and friendship. Happily, these circumstances are all to be found in the subject of natural religion. What truth is so obvious, so certain as the existence of God, which the most ignorant ages have acknowledged, and for which the most refined geniuses have ambitiously endeavored to produce new proofs and arguments? What truth is so important as this one, the ground of all our hopes, the surest foundation of morality, the firmest support of society, and the only principle that ought never to be absent for a moment from our thoughts and meditations? But when we treat this obvious and important truth, what difficult questions arise concerning the nature of that divine being, its attributes, its decrees, its plan of providence? These have always been the subject of dispute among people. Human reason has not reached certainty about them, but these topics are so interesting that we cannot restrain our restless inquiry into them, though nothing but doubt, uncertainty, and contradiction have so far been the result of our most careful research. I had an opportunity to observe this when, as usual, I spent part of the summer with Cleanthes, and was present at the conversation he had with Philo and Demea, of which I gave you an imperfect account not long ago. You said then that I aroused your curiosity, and that I must provide greater detail about their reasoning, and present the various theories they offered concerning such a delicate subject as that of natural religion. Your expectations were raised even more by the great contrast in their characters. You placed the accurate philosophical approach of Cleanthes in opposition to the careless skepticism of Philo, both of them differing from the rigid, inflexible orthodoxy of Demea. My youth only allowed me the role of a listener to their disputes. However, the natural curiosity of that early season of life imprinted on my memory the whole chain and connection of their arguments. So, I hope I will not omit or confuse anything important in my account. I found the group sitting in Cleanthes' library. Demea paid some compliments to Cleanthes on the great care he took in educating me, and on his unfailing perseverance and faithfulness in all his friendships.
Pamphilus' father was your intimate friend. The son is your pupil, and might even be regarded as your adopted son if we were to judge by the pains you take in teaching him every useful branch of literature and science. I am convinced that you are no more lacking in good sense than in hard work. Therefore I will share a maxim I have followed in rearing my own children, so that I may learn how far it agrees with your practice. The method I follow in their education is founded on the saying of an ancient thinker: students of philosophy first ought to learn logic, then ethics, next physics, and last of all, the nature of the gods. According to him, this science of natural theology is the most profound and abstruse of all. It requires the most mature judgment in its students, and only a mind enriched with all the other sciences can safely be trusted with it.
Do you wait that long to teach your children the principles of religion? Don't they risk neglecting or even rejecting beliefs of which they have heard so little during the whole course of their education?
I postpone the study of natural theology only as a science, open to human reasoning and debate. My greatest care from the beginning is to season their minds with piety. By regular teaching and training, and I hope by example, I imprint deeply on their tender minds habitual reverence for all the principles of religion. As they pass through every other science, I point out the uncertainty of each part, the eternal disagreements among people, the obscurity of all philosophy, and the strange and even ridiculous conclusions that some of the greatest geniuses have derived from the principles of mere human reason. Once I have tamed their mind, instilling proper submission and diffidence, I no longer hesitate to expose them to the greatest mysteries of religion, and see no danger from that philosophical arrogance that might lead them to reject the most established doctrines and beliefs.
Your precaution of training your children's minds early in piety is certainly reasonable, exactly what this profane and irreligious age requires. But I especially admire in your plan of education the method by which you draw advantage from the very principles of philosophy and reasoning which, by inspiring pride and self-sufficiency, have in all ages been found to be so destructive to the principles of religion. Ordinary people who are unacquainted with science and profound inquiry observe the endless disputes among scholars and develop a thorough contempt for philosophy. That leads them to rivet themselves quickly to the great points of theology they have been taught. Those who enter a little into study and inquiry find many appearances of proof in the newest and most extraordinary doctrines. They think that nothing is too difficult for human reason. They arrogantly break through all barriers and profane the inner sanctuaries of the temple. I hope Cleanthes will agree that after we have abandoned ignorance, our surest remedy, there is still one way left to prevent this profane liberty. Let Demea's principles be improved and cultivated. Let us become aware of the weakness, blindness, and narrow limits of human reason. Let us duly consider its uncertainty and endless disagreements, even in subjects of common life and practice. Let the errors and deceptions of our senses be set before us. take into account the insuperable difficulties that attend to first principles in all theories, and the contradictions that adhere even to the ideas of matter, cause and effect, extension, space, time, and motion, in a word, quantity of all kinds, the object of the only science that can rightly pretend to any certainty of proof. When these topics are displayed in their full light, as they are by some philosophers and almost all theologians, who can retain such confidence in the frail faculty of reason as to pay any regard to its conclusions on points so sublime, so abstruse, so remote from common life and experience?
Oh, indeed.
When the coherence of the parts of a stone, or even the composition of the parts that render it extended, are so inexplicable and contain conditions so repugnant and contradictory, with what confidence can we draw conclusions concerning the origin of worlds, or trace their history from eternity to eternity?
While Philo was saying this, I saw that both Demea and Cleanthes were smiling. Demea's smile seemed to indicate an unreserved satisfaction with the doctrines being presented, but I could see on Cleanthes' face a suspicious look, as if he discerned some irony or cunning hostility in Philo's reasoning.
So, you propose to erect religious faith on philosophical skepticism. You think that if certainty or proof is expelled from every other subject of inquiry, it will fall back on these theological doctrines and there acquire superior force and authority. We will learn soon enough whether your skepticism is as absolute and sincere as you pretend when this group breaks up. Then we will see whether you go out the door or out the window, and whether you really doubt that your body has gravity and can be injured by falling. A popular opinion derived from our fallacious senses and our even more fallacious experience. Demea, I think this consideration might soften our antagonism to this humorous sect of skeptics. If they are completely earnest, they will not long trouble the world with their doubts, suspicions, and disputes. If they are only teasing, they are possibly bad jokers. But they can never be very dangerous, either to the state, to philosophy, or to religion. In reality, Philo, it seems certain that even if you, in a rush of passion and after intense reflection on the many contradictions and imperfections of human reason, entirely renounce all belief and opinion, it is impossible for you to persist in such total skepticism or manifest it in your conduct even for a few hours. External objects press in on you. Passions drive you. Your philosophical melancholy dissipates, and even the utmost force imposed on your own mind will not be able for long to preserve the poor appearance of skepticism. And why should you impose such violence on yourself? It will be impossible for you consistently to maintain your skeptical principles on this point. Nothing could be more ridiculous than the principles of the ancient Pyrrhonians, even if they really did attempt to practice throughout their life the same skepticism they learned from the declarations of their schools, which they ought to have confined to them. In this regard, there appears to be a great resemblance between the schools of the Stoics and the Pyrrhonians, in spite of their perpetual antagonism. Both of them seem to be founded on the erroneous maxim that what we can perform sometimes and in some circumstances, we can perform always and in every circumstance. When the mind is elevated into a sublime enthusiasm of virtue and strongly struck with any kind of honor or public good, then, according to Stoic reflections, the most intense bodily pain and suffering will not prevail over such a high sense of duty. It might even be possible to smile and exult in the midst of torture. If this can actually occur, consider how much more of such enthusiasm philosophers might attain in their school or in their private room, where they can endure in their imagination the most acute pain or most calamitous event that it is possible to conceive.
Well,
But how long can they possibly sustain this enthusiasm? Once this state of mind passes, it cannot be recalled at their pleasure. Amusements lead them astray. Misfortunes attack them by surprise. Then, the philosopher sinks by degrees into the ordinary.
I accept your comparison between Stoics and skeptics, but at the same time, you might observe that although in Stoicism the mind cannot always support the highest flights of philosophy, it still retains something of its former character even in its decline. The effects of the Stoics' reasoning will appear in the common conduct of their life and through the whole tenor of their actions. The ancient schools, particularly that of Zeno, produced examples of virtue and constancy that seem astonishing in present times. Vain wisdom and false philosophy, yet with a pleasing sorcery could charm pain for a while, or anguish, and excite fallacious hope, or arm the obdurate breast with stubborn patience, as with triple steel. In the same way, people who have accustomed themselves to a skeptical attitude about the uncertainty and narrow limits of reason will not entirely forget them when they reflect on other subjects. In all their philosophical principles and reasoning, I dare not say in their common conduct, they will be found different from those who either never formed any opinions on the subject or have entertained sentiments more favorable to human reason. I admit that to whatever length one may push the theoretical principles of skepticism, a person must live and talk like other people. For such conduct one is not obliged to give any other reason than the absolute necessity of doing so. Those who carry their speculations further than is dictated by this necessity and philosophize either about natural or human subjects, allured by a certain pleasure and satisfaction they find in employing themselves that way. They think that everyone, even in common life, must have more or less of this philosophy, that from our earliest infancy we make continual advances in forming more general principles of conduct and reasoning, that the larger the experience we acquire and the more we are endowed with reason, the more we render our principles general and comprehensive, and that what we call philosophy is nothing but a more regular and methodical operation of the same kind. To philosophize on such subjects is not essentially different from reasoning about common life, and we may only expect greater stability, if not greater truth, from our philosophy on account of its more exact and more scrupulous method of proceeding. But when we look beyond human affairs and the properties of the material things that surround us, when we carry our speculations into the two eternities, before and after the present state of things, when we consider the creation and formation of the universe, the existence and properties of minds, the powers and operations of one universal spirit existing without beginning and without end, omnipotent, omniscient, immutable, infinite, and incomprehensible, then we would have to be without the smallest tendency to skepticism not to notice that we have gone far beyond the reach of our faculties. As long as we confine our speculations to trade, or morals, or politics, or criticism, we appeal at every moment to common sense and experience. That strengthens our philosophical conclusions and removes, at least in part, the suspicion we so justly entertain concerning all reasoning that is subtle and pure. But we do not have this advantage in theological reasoning, where we are concerned with objects that we must admit are too large for our grasp, but which most need to be open to our understanding. We are like foreigners in a strange country, to whom everything seems alien, and at every moment in danger of transgressing against the laws and people with whom we live and speak. We do not know how far we ought to trust our usual ways of reasoning in such a subject. Even in common life, in the province especially suited to those methods, we cannot account for them and are entirely guided by a kind of instinct or necessity in employing them. All skeptics maintain that when we consider reason abstractly, it furnishes invincible arguments against itself. We could never retain any conviction or assurance on any subject if skeptical reasoning were not so subtle and pure that it is unable to oppose the more solid and natural arguments derived from the senses and from experience. But it is clear that whenever our arguments lose this advantage and are removed from common life, the most refined skepticism gains equal footing and is able to oppose and counterbalance them. The one has no more weight than the other. The mind remains suspended between them. This very suspension or balance is the triumph of skepticism.
Philo, you and all speculative skeptics are as much in conflict in your doctrine and in your practice concerning the most abstruse points of theory as about the conduct of common life. Wherever any evidence appears, you accept it in spite of your pretended skepticism. Now, I also observe that some of you are as decisive as those people who claim to be certain and sure. Would it not be ridiculous to reject Newton's explication of the wonderful phenomenon of the rainbow because that explanation gives a minute anatomy of the rays of light, a subject too refined for human comprehension? And what would you say to someone who has no objection to the arguments of Copernicus and Galileo concerning the motion of the earth, but who refuses to agree with them on the general principle that these subjects are too magnificent and remote to be explained by the narrow and fallacious reasoning of human beings? As you well observed, there is a kind of crude and ignorant skepticism that gives common people a general prejudice against what they do not understand and leads them to reject every principle that requires elaborate reasoning to prove and establish. This kind of skepticism is fatal to knowledge, not to religion. We find that those who profess such skepticism most openly assent not only to the great truths of theism and natural theology, but even to the most absurd beliefs that traditional superstition recommends to them. They firmly believe in witches, but they will not believe or pay attention to the simplest proposition of Euclid. The refined and philosophical skeptics fall into an inconsistency of the opposite kind. They push their research into the most abstruse corners of science and find confirmation at every step in proportion to the evidence they encounter. They must even acknowledge that the most obscure and remote objects are those that are best explained by science. Light really has been analyzed. The true system of the heavenly bodies has been discovered and understood. But how food nourishes the body is still an inexplicable mystery. The cohesion of the parts of matter is still incomprehensible. Therefore, these skeptics are obliged, on every question, to consider all relevant evidence separately and proportion their assent to the precise degree that their evidence supports. This is their practice in all natural, mathematical, political, and moral science. Then why do they not take the same approach to theoretical and religious knowledge? Why are the conclusions of this kind the only ones rejected on the general presumption of the insufficiency of human reason without any particular discussion of the evidence? Is not such conduct clear proof of prejudice and passion? You say that our senses are fallacious, our understanding is erroneous, and our ideas of even the most familiar objects, extension, duration, and motion, are full of absurdities and contradictions. You challenge me to solve the difficulties or oppositions that you discover in them. I have neither the capacity nor the leisure for so great an undertaking. I think it is superfluous. Your own conduct in every circumstance refutes your principles and shows the firmest reliance on all the received maxims of science, morals, prudence, and behavior. Now, I will never accept the harsh opinion of Antoine Arnauld, who said that skeptics are not a sect of philosophers, but a sect of liars. However, I will say, and I hope without offense, that they are a sect of jokers and comedians. But, speaking for myself, when I'm looking for humor and amusement, I prefer entertainment that is less perplexing and abstruse. A comedy, a novel, or at most a historical account seems to be a more natural recreation than such metaphysical subtleties and abstractions.
Yeah.
A skeptic could not make a distinction between science and common life, or between one science and another. The arguments employed by all of them, if they are sound, are similar in nature and contain the same force of evidence. If there is any difference among them, the advantage lies entirely on the side of theology and natural religion. Many principles of mechanics are founded on abstruse reasoning, but no one who claims to be scientific, not even a speculative skeptic, entertains the least doubt about those principles. The Copernican theory contains the most surprising paradox and is contrary to our natural concepts, to appearances, and to our senses. But even monks and church inquisitors are now forced to withdraw their opposition to it. Will Philo, a man of such liberal genius and extensive knowledge, hold even the slightest reservations concerning the religious hypothesis, which is founded on the simplest and most obvious arguments, a hypothesis that has such easy access and entry to the human mind, unless it meets with artificial obstacles? Demia,
Yeah.
here we might observe a strange occurrence in the history of science. After philosophy united with popular religion, when Christianity was first established, nothing was more usual among religious teachers than declarations against reason, against the senses, and against every principle derived merely from human inquiry and research. All essential topics of the ancient Academy of the Skeptics were adopted by the Church Fathers and then propagated for several ages in every school and from every pulpit throughout Christendom. The Reformers embraced the same principles of reasoning, or rather those of rhetoric. All orations on the excellence of faith were sure to be laced with some severe strokes of satire against natural reason. A celebrated priest of the Roman Catholic Church, a man of the broadest learning, who wrote a proof on behalf of Christianity, also composed a treatise that contains all the trivial objections of the most determined Pyrrhonist skeptic. John Locke seems to have been the first Christian who dared to assert openly that faith is nothing but a form of reason, that religion is simply a branch of philosophy, and that a chain of arguments similar to that which establishes any truth in morals, politics, or physics is always employed in discovering all the principles of theology, whether natural or revealed. The bad use that Pierre Bayle and other libertines made of the philosophical skepticism of the Church Fathers and the first Reformers further advanced the judicious sentiment of Mr. Locke. Today, all who claim to reason and to be philosophers in some way affirm that the terms atheist and skeptic are almost synonymous.
Well,
Just as it is certain that nobody is serious in professing skepticism, I hope that there are few who would seriously maintain atheism.
Cleanthes, do you remember Lord Bacon's apt remark in this regard?
That a little philosophy makes a person an atheist, and a great deal converts that same person to religion?
Oh, that too is a judicious remark, but what I have in mind is another passage where this great philosopher mentions David's fool, who said in his heart, "There is no God." Then he remarks that these days atheists have a double share of folly. They are not only content to say in their hearts that there is no God, they also utter that impiety with their lips and are thus guilty of both imprudence and indiscretion. I think that such people, even though they may be ever so earnest, cannot be very convincing. But even if you rank me among the class of fools, I cannot refrain from repeating a remark that I recall from the history of religious and irreligious skepticism with which you have entertained us. It seems to me that there are strong symptoms of priestcraft in the whole course of this affair. During ignorant ages, such as those that follow the dissolution of the ancient schools, the priests realized that atheism, deism, or heresy of any kind could only proceed from the presumptuous questioning of received opinions and from the conviction that human reason is equal to every task. At that time, education had a mighty influence over human minds. It was almost equal in power to the evidence from the senses and of common understanding by which even the most determined skeptic must be governed. But at present, when the influence of education has diminished and people have greater contact with the world, they have learned to compare the popular principles of different nations and ages. Our sagacious theologians have changed their whole system of philosophy. Now they talk the language of Stoics, Platonists, and Peripatetics, rather than that of Pyrrhonians and academic skeptics. If we distrust human reason, we now have no other principle to lead us to religion. Thus they are skeptics in one age and dogmatists in another. Whichever system best suits the purpose of these reverend gentlemen in giving them superiority over humankind, they are sure to make it their favorite principle and established belief.
Well, it is quite natural for people to embrace those principles by which they find they can best defend their doctrines. We do not need to have recourse to priestcraft to account for so reasonable an expedient. Surely nothing can better support the belief that a set of principles is true and ought to be embraced than to observe that it confirms true religion and serves to refute the trivial objections of atheists, libertines, and freethinkers of all denominations.
Cleanthes, I must say that nothing could surprise me more than the way in which you have all along put this argument. By the whole tenor of your discourse, one would imagine that you were defending the existence of God against the attacks of atheists and infidels, and that you feel compelled to be an advocate for that fundamental principle of all religion. But I hope this is not a question among us. I am persuaded that no person, at least no person of common sense, ever entertained serious doubt with regard to a truth so certain and self-evident. The question does not concern the existence, but the nature of God. Because of the infirmities of human reason, I say that this is entirely incomprehensible and unknown to us. The essence of that supreme mind, his attributes, the manner of his existence, the very nature of his eternity, these and every detail about so divine a being are mysteries to humans. Finite, weak, and blind creatures as we are, we should humble ourselves in his sublime presence. Conscious of our frailties, adore in silence his infinite perfection that eye hath not seen, ear hath not heard, nor hath it entered the human heart to conceive. A deep cloud covers it from human curiosity. Any attempt to penetrate through these sacred obscurities is profane. Next to the impiety of denying his existence is the temerity of prying into his nature and essence, decrees and attributes. So you do not think that my piety has got the better of my philosophy. I will support my opinion, if it needs any support, by a distinguished and great authority. I could cite almost all the theologians who ever treated this or any other theological subject since the founding of Christianity. But I will confine myself for now to one of them, equally celebrated for piety and philosophy. I mean Father Malebranche, who, as I remember, expressed himself this way. One ought not so much, he says, call God a spirit in order to express positively what he is, as in order to signify that he is not matter. He is a being infinitely perfect. This we cannot doubt. But just as we ought not even imagine that God is corporeal, that he is clothed with a human body, as anthropomorphites assert, and assume his figure to be the most perfect of any, neither should we imagine that the Spirit of God has human ideas or bears any resemblance to our spirit, assuming that we know nothing more perfect than a human mind. We ought rather to believe that as he comprehends the perfections of matter without being material, he comprehends also the perfections of created spirits without being spirit, in the manner we conceive spirit, and that his true name is He that is, or in other words, being without restriction. All being, being which is infinite and universal.
Demare, after so great an authority, and you might cite 1,000 more, it would look ridiculous if I were to add my sentiment or express my approval of your doctrine. Surely, where reasonable people treat these subjects, the question can never concern the existence, but only the nature of the deity. The existence of God, as you rightly observe, is unquestionable and self-evident.
Yeah.
Nothing exists without a cause, and the original cause of this universe, whatever it is, we call God, to whom we piously ascribe every kind of perfection. Whoever doubts this fundamental truth deserves every punishment that can be inflicted among philosophers, the greatest ridicule, contempt, and disapproval. But because all perfection is entirely relative, we ought never to imagine that we comprehend the attributes of this divine being, or to suppose that divine perfections have any analogy or likeness to the perfections of a human creature.
Philo.
Wisdom, thought, design, and knowledge we justly ascribe to him. These words are honorable among people, and we have no other language or other concepts by which we can express our adoration of him. But let us be careful not to think that our ideas in any way correspond to his perfections, or that his attributes resemble any of these qualities in human beings. He is infinitely superior to our limited view and comprehension. He is more the proper object of worship in the temple than of disputation in the schools.
Yes.
Cleanthes, in reality, there is no need to have recourse to the exaggerated skepticism you find so displeasing in order to come to this conclusion.
Good.
Our ideas reach no farther than our experience. We have no experience of divine attributes and operations. I need not conclude my syllogism. You can draw the inference yourself. And it is a pleasure to me, and I hope to you too, that just reasoning and sound piety lead to the same conclusion. Both of them establish the revered, mysterious, and incomprehensible nature of the Supreme Being.
Demea, to avoid losing time in repetition, and even less in replying to the pious declamation of Philo, I will briefly explain how I think about this.
Okay.
Now, look round the world. Contemplate the whole and every part of it, and you will find it to be nothing but one great machine, subdivided into an infinite number of lesser machines, which again admit of subdivisions to a degree beyond what human senses and faculties can trace and explain. All these various machines, and even their most minute parts, are adjusted to each other with an accuracy that ravishes into admiration all people who have ever contemplated them. The curious adapting of means to ends throughout all nature resembles exactly, though it much exceeds, the productions of human contrivance, of human design, thought, wisdom, and intelligence. Since, therefore, the effects resemble each other, we are led to infer by all the rules of analogy that the causes also resemble each other, and that the author of nature is somewhat similar to the human mind, though possessed of much larger faculties, proportioned to the grandeur of the work he has executed. By this argument a posteriori, and by this argument alone, do we prove the existence of God and his similarity to human mind and intelligence.
Cleanthes, I will take the liberty to tell you that from the beginning I could not approve of your conclusion concerning the similarity between God and human beings. Still less can I approve of the means by which you try to establish it. What? No demonstration of the existence of God? No abstract arguments? No proofs a priori? Are these, which have previously been so much favored by philosophers, all fancy? All sophism? Can we reach no farther in this subject than to experience and probability? I will not say that this is betraying the cause of a deity, but surely by your candor you provide atheists with advantages that they could never obtain through argument and reasoning.
What I mainly question on this subject is not so much that Cleanthes reduces all religious arguments to experience, but that they do not even appear to be the most certain and undeniable of that inferior kind of reasoning. That a stone will fall, that fire will burn, that the earth has solidity, we have observed thousands of times. When any new instance of this kind occurs, we draw the accustomed inference without hesitation. Exact similarity of the cases assures us of a similar event. Stronger evidence is neither desired nor sought. But when you depart, even in the least, from the similarity of the cases, you diminish the evidence proportionally, eventually leading to a very weak analogy, which is undoubtedly liable to error and uncertainty. After experiencing the circulation of blood in human creatures, we have no doubt that it takes place in Titius and Mavius, but from its circulation in frogs and fish, it is only a conjecture, though a strong one, by analogy that it takes place in human beings and other animals. The analogical reasoning is even weaker when we infer the circulation of sap in vegetables from our experience that blood circulates in animals. Those who hastily follow that imperfect analogy are found, by more accurate experiments, to have been mistaken. If we see a house, Cleanthes, we conclude with the greatest certainty that it had an architect or builder, because it is precisely that kind of effect that we have experienced to proceed from that kind of cause. But surely you will not claim that the universe bears such a resemblance to a house that we can, with the same certainty, infer a similar cause, or say that the analogy is complete and perfect. The difference is so striking that the most you can claim is a guess, a conjecture, a presumption concerning a similar cause. I leave you to consider how that pretension will be received in the world.
Well, of course it would be badly received, and I would deserve to be blamed and detested if I agreed that the proofs for God amount to no more than a guess or a conjecture. But does the whole adjustment of means to ends in a house and in a universe have such a slight resemblance? The arrangement of final causes? The order, proportion, and arrangement of every part? Stair steps are clearly designed so that human legs may use them in climbing. This inference is certain and infallible. Human legs are also designed for walking and climbing. I agree that this inference is not quite so certain because of the difference you point out. But does it only deserve to be called presumption or conjecture?
Good God, what have we come to? Zealous defenders of religion allowing that proofs for God fall short of perfect evidence? And you, Philo, on whose assistance I depended in proving the revered mystery of the divine nature, do you assent to these extravagant opinions of Cleanthes? What other name can I give them? Why should I withhold my censure when such principles are advanced, supported by such an authority, in front of so young a man as Pamphilus?
Well, you seem not to understand that I am arguing with Cleanthes on his own premises. I hope to convince him of our reasoning by showing him the dangerous consequences of his assumptions. I think that what bothers you most is Cleanthes' presentation of the a posteriori argument.
Well,
You fear that his argument is likely to escape and vanish into air, and you believe it is disguised and not rendered in its true form. However, as much as I may disagree in other respects with the dangerous principles of Cleanthes, I must agree that he has presented that argument fairly. I will try to explain it so that you will have no further doubts about it. If you were to disregard everything that you know or have seen, you would be entirely incapable, merely from your own ideas, to determine what kind of place the universe must be, or to prefer one state or situation of things rather than another. Nothing that you clearly conceive could be deemed impossible or imply a contradiction. Every chimera of your fancy would be equally plausible. You could not give any sound reason why you accept one idea or one system and reject others that are equally possible. Likewise, after you open your eyes and contemplate the world as it really is, it would be impossible to identify immediately the cause of any single event, much less of all things, or of the universe. You might set your imagination free, which might bring you an infinite variety of explanations and representations. But all of them would be possible. But being all equally possible, you would never give yourself a satisfactory account for preferring one of them to the rest. Experience alone can point out the true cause of any phenomenon. Demia. Yes. According to this method of reasoning, it follows, and Cleanthes himself tacitly accepts this, that order, arrangement, and the adjustment of final causes is not by itself a proof of design, but only so when experience has shown that they proceed from such a principle. Considered a priori, matter as well as mind may contain the source or spring of order originally within itself. It is no more difficult to conceive that the various elements arising from some internal unknown cause fall into the most exquisite arrangement than it is to conceive that ideas in the great universal mind fall into that same arrangement from an analogous internal unknown cause. Both of these suppositions are equally possible. Experience teaches us, according to Cleanthes, the difference between them. Throw several pieces of steel together without shape or form, and they will never arrange themselves to compose a watch. Stone, mortar, and wood without an architect never erect a house. But we know that ideas in the human mind, by an unknown, inexplicable system, arrange themselves so as to form the plan for a watch or a house.
That's right.
Therefore, experience proves that there is an original principle of order in mind, not in matter. From similar effects, we infer similar causes.
Right.
The adjustment of means to ends in the universe is like that in a machine contrived by human beings. Therefore, the causes must also resemble each other.
But
I must admit that I was offended from the beginning by the resemblance drawn between God and human creatures. That it implies a degradation of the supreme being no sensible theist could endure. Therefore, with your assistance, Timea, I will try to defend what you rightly call the revered mystery of the divine nature. I will refute Cleanthes' argument, assuming that he approves of the way I presented it.
I agree that you have presented the argument correctly.
Cleanthes, at first I will not debate the issue of whether all inferences concerning facts are founded on experience, and that all experimental reasoning is founded on the supposition that similar causes prove similar effects, and similar effects prove similar causes.
Good.
But please observe with what extreme caution sound reasoning proceeds in transferring experiments to similar cases. Unless the cases are exactly similar, they do not support perfect confidence in applying past observation of them to any particular phenomenon. Every change in circumstances poses a doubt concerning the event, and it requires new experiments to prove that the new circumstances are of no consequence or importance. A change in size, situation, arrangement, age, disposition of the air, or surrounding bodies may accompany the most unexpected results. Unless the objects are quite familiar to us, it is the highest temerity, after any of these changes, to expect with assurance an event similar to one we previously observed. The slow and deliberate steps of philosophers here, if anywhere, are distinguished from the hasty march of common people who, hurried on by the smallest similarity, are incapable of judgment or reflection. Cleanthes, do you think that your usual caution and your philosophy have been preserved in the giant step you have taken when you compared houses, ships, furniture, and machines to the universe, inferring a similarity in their causes from their similarity in some circumstances? Thought, design, and intelligence, which we discover in people and other animals, is no more than one of the springs and principles of the universe, along with heat or cold, attraction or repulsion, and 100 others that come under daily observation. We find that it is an active cause by which some particular parts of nature produce alterations on other parts. But can a conclusion rightly be transferred from parts to the whole? Does not the great disproportion bar all comparison and inference? From observing the growth of a human hair, can we learn anything concerning the reproduction of human beings? Would the manner of a leaf's blowing, even though perfectly known, provide us with any instruction concerning the vegetation of a tree? But even if we were to base the operations of one part of nature on another for the foundation of or judgment concerning the whole, which can never be allowed, why select so minute, so weak, so limited a principle as the reason and design of animals found on this planet? What peculiar privilege does this little agitation of the brain that we call thought possess to justify making it the model of the whole universe? Prejudice in our own favor does present it on all occasions, but sound philosophy ought to guard against such natural self-delusion. Far from admitting that the operations of a part can afford us any sound conclusion concerning the origin of the whole, I will not allow any single part to form a rule for another part if they are remote from each other. Is there any reasonable ground to conclude that the inhabitants of other planets possess thought, intelligence, reason, or anything similar to these faculties of human beings? When nature has so extremely diversified its manner of operation on this small globe, can we imagine that it incessantly copies itself throughout the entire and immense universe? And if thought, as we may well suppose, is confined only to this narrow corner, and is even here such a limited sphere of action, what justification do we have to declare it to be the original cause of all things? peasants who make their domestic order the rule for the government of kingdoms hold narrow views that are, by comparison, a pardonable mistake. Even if we were assured that thought and reason resembling that of humans were to be found throughout the whole universe, and if its activity elsewhere were vastly greater and more commanding than appears on this globe, I could still not see how the operations of this world, which is already constituted, arranged, and adjusted, can properly be extended to a world which is still in an embryo state and is advancing towards such constitution and arrangement. Through observation, we know something of the anatomy, behavior, and nourishment of a mature animal, but we must exercise great caution in transferring that observation to the growth of a fetus in the womb, and even greater caution in evaluating the formation of sperm in the loins of its male parent. We find even from our limited experience that nature possesses an infinite number of causes and principles that constantly emerge in every change of position and situation. What new and unknown principles would come about in a new and unknown situation, such as the formation of a universe, we cannot, without the utmost temerity, pretend to determine. We can only discern a very small part of this very great system during a very short time. Does that allow us to make decisive pronouncements concerning the origin of the whole? Stone, wood, brick, iron, and brass have not at this time, on this minute globe of earth, attained order or arrangement without human art or design. Therefore, the universe itself could not originally attain its order and arrangement without something similar to human art.
Exactly.
That is an admirable conclusion. But is a part of nature a proper indication of another part at a great distance from it? Is it a rule for the whole? Is a very small part a model for the universe itself? Is nature in one situation a reliable guide for nature in another situation vastly different from it? Can you blame me, Cleanthes, if I imitate the prudent caution of Simonides, who, as the famous story goes, was asked by the tyrant hero of Syracuse, "What is God?" Simonides requested a day to think about it. Then he asked for 2 days more. In that way, he continued to prolong the time without ever bringing in his definition or description. Would you blame me if I answered at the outset that I do not know and am aware that this subject lies far beyond the reach of my faculties? You might call me a skeptic or a cynic, as much as you please, but I have found in so many other subjects that are much more familiar the imperfections and even contradictions of human reason. Therefore, I never expect any success from its feeble conjectures on a subject that is so sublime, so remote from the sphere of our observation. Whenever I have observed two kinds of objects joined together, I can infer, by habit, the existence of one whenever I see the existence of the other. I call this an argument from experience. But it is difficult to explain how this argument can have any place in the present case where the objects are single, individual, without parallel, and lacking exact resemblance. Will anyone tell me seriously that an orderly universe must arise from some thought and art like the humankind because we have experienced it? To justify this reasoning, it would be necessary for us to have experienced the origin of worlds. It certainly would not suffice for us to have seen ships and cities arise from human art and design.
Philo was proceeding in this vehement manner. It seemed to me to be somewhere between teasing and serious, when he observed signs of impatience in Cleanthes. He immediately stopped short.
I only want to suggest that you not abuse terms or use popular expressions to subvert philosophical reasoning. Now, you know that common people often speak of reason even when the question relates only to matters of fact and existence. When such reason is properly analyzed, it turns out to be nothing but a kind of experience. To prove by experience that the universe originates from mind is no more contrary to ordinary speech than to prove the motion of the earth from the same principle. Now, a sophist might raise all the same objections to the Copernican system that you have raised against my reasoning. The sophist might ask, do you have other earths that you have seen to move? Do you have...
Yes, we have other earths.
Huh?
Is the moon not another earth, which we see turn around its center? Is not Venus another earth where we observe the same phenomenon? Are not the revolutions of the sun also a confirmation, by analogy, of the same phenomenon? All the planets, are they not earths that revolve around the sun? Are not the satellites moons that move around Jupiter and Saturn as these primary planets go around the sun? These analogies and resemblances, among others I have not mentioned, are the sole proofs of the Copernican system. It is your turn now to consider whether you have any analogies of the same kind to support your theory.
Well,
It is true, Cleanthes. The modern system of astronomy is now so widely received by all inquirers and has become such an essential part of even our earliest education that we are usually not very careful in examining the reasoning on which it is founded. By now, it has become a matter of mere curiosity to study the first writers on that subject. They encountered the full force of prejudice and were obliged to turn their arguments on every side in order to render them popular and convincing. But if we examine Galileo's famous dialogues concerning the system of the world, we will find that great genius, one of the most sublime who ever lived, first aiming all his efforts to prove that there is no foundation for the distinction commonly made between elementary and celestial substances. The schools, proceeding from sensory illusions, had carried this distinction very far. They had established that celestial substances were ingenerable, incorruptible, unalterable, and passionless. The opposite qualities were assigned to elementary substances. But by beginning with the moon, Galileo proved its similarity to the earth in every particular: its convex shape, its natural darkness when not illuminated, its density, its division into solid and liquid regions, the variation of its phases, the mutual illumination of the earth and moon, their mutual eclipses, and the inequalities of the lunar surface. After many instances of this kind, concerning all the planets, people plainly saw that these bodies now become proper objects of experience. The similarity of their nature enabled us to extend the same arguments and phenomena from one to the other. In this cautious advance by the astronomers, Cleanthes, you may read your own condemnation. Or rather, you may see that the subject in which you are engaged exceeds all human reason and inquiry.
no.
Can you pretend to show any such similarity between the constitution of a house and the generation of a universe? Have you ever seen nature in any situation that resembles the first arrangements of the elements? Have worlds ever been formed before your eyes? Have you had a chance to observe the whole progress of that phenomenon from the first appearance of order to its final consummation? If you have, then cite your experience and deliver your theory.
In the hands of an ingenious and inventive person, the most absurd argument might appear to be probable. Philo, are you not aware that it was necessary for Copernicus and his first disciples to prove that celestial and terrestrial matter are similar? Now, several philosophers, blinded by old systems and supported by some sensory experiences, had denied that similarity. But it is by no means necessary that theists must prove that the works of nature are similar to works of art, because this similarity is self-evident and undeniable. The same matter has a like form. What more is required to show an analogy between their causes and to ascertain the origin of all things from a divine purpose and intention? Now, I must tell you that your objections are no better than the abstruse sophistry of those philosophers who denied motion. They ought to be refuted in the same way, by illustrations, examples, and instances, rather than by serious argument and philosophy. Imagine that an articulate voice were heard in the clouds, much louder and more melodious than any human could ever achieve. Imagine further that this voice appeared at the same instant over all nations and spoke to each culture in its own language and dialect. Now also, imagine that the words being delivered not only contain sense and meaning, but also convey instructions worthy of a truly benevolent being, superior to humankind. Could you possibly doubt, even for a moment, the cause of this voice? Must you not instantly ascribe it to some design or purpose?
Yes.
Yet, all the same objections, if they're worthy of that name, posed against theism, could also be used against this inference. Now, you might say that all conclusions concerning facts are founded on experience, and that when we hear an articulate voice in the dark and infer that it comes from a man, it's only the resemblance of the effects that leads us to conclude that there is a corresponding resemblance in the cause. However, this extraordinary voice, by its loudness, extent, and flexibility to all languages, bears so little analogy to any human voice that we have no reason to suppose any analogy in their causes. Could you sensibly claim that such a rational, wise, and coherent communication proceeded from nowhere? Or from some accidental whistling of the winds? Not from the divine reason or intelligence? I hope you can clearly see your own objections in this sophistry, and that you also see that your objections cannot possibly have more force in the one case than in the other. To bring this matter even closer to our discussion about the universe, I will make two assumptions that are neither absurd nor impossible. Suppose that there is a natural, universal, and invariable language common to every human individual, and that books are natural productions that perpetuate themselves in the same manner as animals and vegetables, by evolution and propagation. Several ways of expressing our emotions contain a universal language. All of the beasts have natural speech that, even if limited, is intelligible to their own species. Because there are fewer parts and less design in the finest rhetorical compositions than in the coarsest organic body, it is easier to imagine the generation of the Iliad or the Aeneid than that of any plant or animal.
Well,
therefore, imagine entering your library populated by such natural volumes, containing the most refined reason and the most exquisite beauty. Could you possibly open one of them and doubt that its cause bears the strongest analogy to mind and intelligence? When it reasons and articulates, when it expostulates, argues, and enforces its views and topics, when it appeals sometimes to pure intellect and sometimes to feelings, when it collects, disposes, and adorns every consideration suited to the subject, could you persist in claiming that all this is fundamentally lacking in meaning? Could you maintain that the first formation of this volume in the loins of its original parent did not come from thought and design? I know that your obstinacy will not go that far. Even your skeptical play and shamelessness would be ashamed by such a glaring absurdity. Philo, if there is any difference between this imaginary case and the real one of the universe, it is entirely to the advantage of the real universe. The anatomy of an animal provides many stronger instances of design than does reading Livy or Tacitus. Any objections you raise by taking me back to such an unusual and extraordinary event as the first formation of the world can also be applied to the imaginary case of our vegetating library. Therefore, Philo, make your choice without ambiguity or evasion. Either claim that a rational book is no proof of a rational cause, or admit a similar cause for all the works of nature. Let me also observe that this religious argument, instead of being weakened by the skepticism you so greatly value, rather gains strength from it and becomes more firm and certain. To exclude all argument or reasoning of every kind is either pretense or madness. All reasonable skeptics claim only to reject abstruse, remote, and sophistic arguments, to adhere instead to common sense and basic natural instincts, and to assent whenever any reasons strike them with such force that they cannot, without the greatest violence, avoid agreeing. The arguments for natural religion are clearly of this kind. Nothing but the most perverse and obstinate kind of metaphysics can reject them. Consider the anatomy of the eye. Study its structure and design. Then tell me, based on your own feeling, whether the idea of a designer does not immediately flow in upon you with a force like that of sense experience. The most obvious conclusion favors an intentional design, and it requires time, reflection, and study to summon up those frivolous, though abstruse, objections that oppose religious belief. Who can observe the male and female of each species, the correspondence of their parts and instincts, their passions, and the whole course of their life before and after procreation, and then doubt that the reproduction of the species is intended by nature? Millions and millions of such instances present themselves through every part of the universe, and no language can convey a more intelligible, irresistible meaning than the peculiar adjustment of final causes. To what degree of blind dogmatism must you go to reject such natural and convincing arguments? Sometimes we encounter beautiful writing that seems contrary to rules, but which engages our feelings and animates our imagination in opposition to all the precepts of criticism and authority of the established experts. And if the argument for theism is, as you insist, contrary to the principles of logic, its universal and irresistible influence proves clearly that arguments of a similar, irregular nature exist. Whatever clever objection may be presented, an orderly world and coherent, articulate speech will still serve as incontestable proof of design and intention. I admit that religious arguments sometimes do not have their proper influence on those who are ignorant, savage, and barbarian. That's not because the arguments are obscure and difficult, but because such people never raise such questions. What is the source of the peculiar structure of an animal? The copulation of its parents. And where do they come from? From their parents. A few such steps set the objects at such a distance that unthinking people are lost in darkness and confusion. They are not impelled by curiosity to trace them further. But this is neither dogmatism nor skepticism, but stupidity, a state of mind quite different from your sifting, inquisitive character, my ingenious friend. You can trace causes from effects. You can compare the most distant and remote objects. And your greatest errors proceed not from barrenness of thought or invention, but from a fertility that is too luxuriant. It suppresses your natural good sense by an abundance of unnecessary scruples and objections.
Hermippus, at this point I could see that Philo was a bit embarrassed and confounded. While he was struggling for an answer, Demea broke in and saved the situation.
Your example, Cleanthes, being drawn from books and language, is familiar to us. I admit that makes it forceful. But does this not carry a certain danger with it? Might it not lead us to presume that we comprehend God and think that we have an adequate idea of his nature and attributes? When I read a book, I enter into the mind and the intention of the author. For a time, I become that person and have an immediate feeling and conception of the ideas that revolved in that person's imagination while composing the work. But we can never make such a close approach to God. His ways are not our ways. His attributes are perfect, but they are incomprehensible. And the book of nature contains a great and inexplicable riddle, beyond any comparable intelligible discourse or reasoning. The ancient Platonists, you know, were the most religious and devout of all pagan philosophers. Yet many of them, particularly Plotinus, expressly declare that intellect or understanding is not to be ascribed to God. Our most perfect worship of him consists not in acts of veneration, reverence, gratitude, or love, but in a kind of mysterious self-annihilation, a total extinction of all our faculties. These ideas are perhaps exaggerated, but it must be acknowledged that by representing God as so intelligible and comprehensible, and so similar to the human mind, we are guilty of the grossest and most narrow partiality. We make ourselves the model of the whole universe. All the sentiments of the human mind, gratitude, resentment, love, friendship, approval, blame, pity, competition, and envy, clearly refer to the condition and situation of human beings. They are calculated to preserve the existence and promote the activity of human beings in specific circumstances. Therefore, it seems unreasonable to transfer such sentiments to a supreme existence, or to suppose that they move him. The phenomena of the universe will not support such a theory. All ideas derived from our senses are confusingly false and illusory, so they can have no place in a supreme intelligence. Because the ideas of internal feeling, added to the ones that come from the external senses, compose the entire furniture of human understanding, we may conclude that none of the materials of thought in human and in divine intelligence are similar in any respect. As to the manner of thinking, how can we compare them or suppose that they resemble each other in any way? Our thought is fluctuating, uncertain, fleeting, successive, and compounded. If we remove its characteristics, we absolutely annihilate its essence. In that case, it would be an abuse of terms to call it thought and reason. If it seems more pious and respectful, as it really is, to use these terms when we mention the Supreme Being, we should at least acknowledge that their meaning is totally incomprehensible in that case. We should admit that the infirmities of our nature do not permit us to reach any ideas that in the least correspond to the ineffable sublimity of the divine attributes.
It seems strange to me, Demea, that you, who are so sincere in the cause of religion, should maintain the mysterious and incomprehensible nature of God and insist so strongly that he is totally unlike and in no way resembles human beings. I admit that God possesses many powers and attributes that we cannot comprehend. But if our ideas, as far as they reach, are not true and adequate, corresponding to his real nature, I do not know what is worth insisting on in this subject.
Well,
if the name totally lacks any real meaning, is it of such mighty importance?
of course it is.
How do you mystics, who maintain the absolute incomprehensibility of God, differ from skeptics and atheists who claim that the first cause of everything is unknown and unintelligible? They are extremely bold if, after rejecting the creation by a mind, a mind resembling the human, for I know of no other, they pretend to assign with certainty any other specific intelligible cause. Their conscience must be rigorous indeed if they refuse to call the unknown universal cause God, and to bestow on him as many sublime eulogies and meaningless epithets as you mystics would like to require of them.
Oh, who could imagine that Cleanthes, the calm, philosophical Cleanthes, would attempt to refute his opponents by calling them names? And like the common bigots and inquisitors of the age, use invective and rhetoric instead of reasoning. Or does he not see that these topics are easily refuted, and that anthropomorphite is a name as invidious and implies consequences just as dangerous as the epithet of mystic, with which he has honored us? Cleanthes, consider what you are really saying when you represent God as similar to a human mind and understanding. What is the human soul? A composition of various faculties, passions, sentiments, and ideas united into one self or person, but still distinct from each other. When the soul reasons, the ideas that are part of its discourse arrange themselves in a certain form or order that is not fully preserved for even a moment, but immediately yields to another arrangement. New opinions, new passions, new affections, and new feelings arise, which continually diversify the mental scene and produce in it the greatest variety and most rapid succession imaginable. How is this compatible with the perfect immutability and simplicity that all true theists ascribe to God? They say that by the same act he sees past, present, and future. His love and hatred, his mercy and justice, are one individual operation. He is entirely present in every point of space and complete in every instant of duration. No succession, no change, no acquisition, no diminution. What he is does not imply any shadow of distinction or diversity. What he is this moment, he ever has been and ever will be, without any new judgment, sentiment, or operation. He stands fixed in one simple, perfect state. You can never properly say that this act of his is different from any other, or that this judgment or idea has been recently formed and will give way, by succession, to any different judgment or idea.
I do not hesitate to affirm that those who maintain the perfect simplicity of the Supreme Being, to the extent you have explained it, are complete mystics and can rightly be charged with all the consequences I have drawn from their opinion. In a word, they are atheists without knowing it.
Yes.
Even if we agree that God possesses attributes that we cannot comprehend, we ought never to ascribe to him any attributes that are absolutely incompatible with the intelligent nature that is essential to him. A mind whose acts, sentiments, and ideas are not distinct and successive, one that is wholly simple and totally immutable, is a mind that has no thought, no reason, no will, no sentiment, no love, no hatred. In other words, it is no mind at all. To give it that name is to abuse terms. We might as well speak of limited extension without shape, or of number without composition.
Cleanthes, please consider whom you are currently attacking. You are honoring with the name of atheist almost all the sound, orthodox theologians who have ever treated the subject. According to your reckoning, in the end, you alone will be found to be the only sound theist in the world. But if those who commit idolatry are atheists, as I think we can justly claim, and if Christian theologians are also atheists, what becomes of the much-celebrated argument that leads to the existence of God that is based on the universal consent of humanity? Because I know names and authorities do not easily sway you, I will try to show you a bit more clearly the difficulties of the anthropomorphism you have embraced. I will prove that there is no basis for supposing a plan of the world formed in God's mind, consisting of distinct ideas differently arranged in the same way architects form in their head the plan of a house they intend to build. It is not easy to see what is gained by this assumption, whether we judge the matter by reason or by experience. In either case, we are obliged to mount higher and higher in order to find the cause of this cause which you claim to be satisfactory and conclusive. If reason, I mean abstract reason, derived from a priori thinking, is not silent about all questions concerning cause and effect, I will at least make the following claim. A mental world, or a universe of ideas, requires a cause just as much as does a material world, or a universe of objects. If it is similar in its composition, it requires a similar cause. What is there in this subject that leads to a different conclusion or inference? From an abstract point of view, they are entirely alike, and no difficulty accompanies one assumption that is not common to both of them. Again, when we require experience to support a claim, even on subjects that lie beyond its sphere, it cannot perceive any material difference between two kinds of worlds. It finds them to be governed by similar principles, and it depends on an equal variety of causes in their activity. We have miniature specimens of both worlds. Our own mind resembles one, and the body of a plant or animal resembles the other. Therefore, let experience judge from these examples. Nothing seems to have more subtle causes than thought. Because these causes never operate in the same way in two people, we never find two people who think exactly alike. Even the same person does not think exactly the same at two different times. A difference of age, of bodily condition, of weather, of food, of company, of books, of passions, any of these, or others that are minute, are sufficient to alter the curious machinery of thinking and communicate quite different movements and operations to it. As far as we can judge, plants and animals are not more delicate in their activity, nor do they depend on a greater variety or more curious adjustment of causes and principles. So, how can we possibly determine the cause of the being you suppose to be the author of nature, or, according to your system of anthropomorphism, of the ideal world into which you trace the material world? Do we not have the same reason to trace that ideal world into another ideal world, or to another intelligent principle? But if we stop and go no farther, why must we go even that far? Why not stop at the material world? How can we satisfy ourselves without going on to infinity? After all, what satisfaction is there in that infinite progression? Remember the story of the Indian philosopher and his elephant. It applies nowhere better than to the present subject. If the material world rests on a similar ideal world, then this ideal world must rest on some other one, and so on, without end. Therefore, it would be better never to look beyond the present material world. If we suppose that it contains the principle of its order within itself, we really assert that it is God. The sooner we arrive at that divine being, the better. When you go one step beyond the ordinary world, you arouse a taste for inquiry that is impossible ever to satisfy. To say that the different ideas that compose the reason of God fall into order by themselves and by their own nature is to talk without precise meaning.
Yes.
If it does have meaning, I would like to know why it does not make just as much sense to say that the parts of the material world fall into order by themselves and by their own nature. How can one of those opinions be intelligible and the other one not? We do experience ideas that fall into order by themselves without any known cause. But I am sure we have much larger experience of matter that does the same. For example, all instances of reproduction and the growth of plants where accurate analysis of the cause exceeds human comprehension. We also experience particular systems of thought and of matter that have no order, such as madness of mind and decay of matter. Then why should we think that order is more essential to one than the other? And if both require a cause, what do we gain by your system of tracing the universe of objects into a similar universe of ideas? The first step we take leads us on forever. Therefore, it would be wise to limit our inquiry to the present world without looking any farther. We can never gain satisfaction by speculations that go so far beyond the narrow limits of human understanding. As you know, Cleanthes, when the Peripatetics were asked about the cause of any phenomenon, they appealed to faculties or to occult qualities. They would say, for example, that bread nourishes by its nutritive faculty, and that senna purges by its purgative faculty. But we have discovered that this subterfuge is nothing but disguised ignorance. These philosophers, though they are less candid, really said the same thing as skeptics or common people who honestly confess that they do not know the cause of these phenomena. Similarly, when asked what produces order in the ideas of the Supreme Being, can any other cause be assigned by you anthropomorphites than that it is the rational faculty and that this is God's nature? But it is difficult to determine why a similar answer that accounts for the order of the world and does not depend on the kind of intelligent creator that you propose is not equally satisfying. To say that it is in the nature of material objects and that they originally possess a faculty of order and proportion is only a more educated and elaborate way of confessing ignorance. Neither hypothesis has any real advantage over the other except its ability to conform to common prejudice.
You have presented this argument with great intensity, but you do not seem to be aware of how easy it is to refute it.
Easy?
Philo, if I identify a cause for an event, even in common life, is it correct to object that I cannot also identify the cause of that cause, and to answer every new question that might incessantly be posed? What philosophers could possibly submit to such a rigid rule? They are philosophers who confess that ultimate causes are totally unknown, and who are aware that the most refined principles into which they trace phenomena are still as inexplicable to them as the phenomena themselves are to common people. The order and arrangement of nature, the curious adjustment of final causes, and the obvious use and intention of every part and organ all speak in the clearest language of an intelligent cause or creator. Heaven and earth join in the same testimony. The whole chorus of nature raises one hymn in praise of its creator. You alone, or almost alone, disturb this general harmony. You pose abstruse doubts, quibbles, and objections. Now you ask me, what is the cause of this cause? I do not know. I do not care. That does not concern me. I have found God, and here I stop my inquiry. Let those go further who are wiser or more enterprising.
I do not pretend to be either. And for that reason, perhaps I should never have attempted to go so far, especially when I am aware that I must in the end be content with the same answer that might, without further trouble, have satisfied me from the beginning. If I am still to remain in utter ignorance of causes, and if I cannot give an absolute explanation of anything, I would never consider it to be an advantage to push aside a difficulty that you admit must immediately come back to me in full force. Of course, scientists correctly explain particular effects by more general causes, even if these general causes themselves remain totally inexplicable in the end. But certainly they never thought it is satisfactory to explain a particular effect by a particular cause that was no more justified than the effect itself. A system of ideas that arranged itself without a preceding design is not a bit more explicable than a material system that attains its order in a like manner. There is no more difficulty in the one view than in the other. To see even more difficulties with your anthropomorphism, please take a fresh look at your basic principle. Like effects prove like causes. This is the experimental argument, and this, you say, is the one and only theological argument. Now, it is certain that the more alike are the effects that we see and the causes we infer, the stronger is the argument.
Right.
Every departure on either side diminishes the probability and renders the experiment less conclusive. You cannot doubt the principle, nor should you reject its consequences.
No.
Recent discoveries in astronomy that show the immense grandeur and magnificence of the works of nature provide additional arguments for God and the true system of theism.
Yeah.
But according to your hypothesis of experimental theism, they become objections because they place the effect even farther from any resemblance to the effects of human art and design. But even Lucretius, following the ancient system of the world, exclaimed, "Who can avail to rule the whole sum of the boundless? Who to hold in his guiding hands the mighty reins of the deep? Who to turn round all firmaments at once, and warm all fruitful lands with heavenly fires, or to be at all times present in all places?" Cicero considered this reasoning to be so natural that he put it in the mouth of his Epicurean. Indeed, what enabled your Plato to see with the mind's eye the great work the deity accomplished in building the edifice of the universe? How was it constructed? What tools were used? Who used them? What mechanisms did they employ? Who assisted in such a great project? How did air, fire, water, and soil serve and obey the will of the architect? If this argument had any force in former ages, think how much greater it has now, when the boundaries of nature are so infinitely enlarged and such a magnificent scene is open to us. It remains unreasonable to form our idea of so limited a cause from our experience of the narrow production of human design and invention. The discoveries made by microscopes as they open a new universe in miniature are still objections in your mind, but they support my arguments. The further we push our research of this kind, we are still led to infer that the universal cause of all is vastly different from humankind and from any object of human experience and observation. And what do you have to say about recent discoveries in anatomy, chemistry, and botany?
Certainly, these are not objections. They only present new instances of art and design. It is still the image of a mind reflected from innumerable objects.
You should add that it is a mind like the human mind.
I know of no other kind.
And the more they are alike, the better.
To be sure.
Now, Cleanthes, let's look at the consequences of your position. First, when you reason as you do, you give up all claims to infinity in any of the attributes of God, because the cause is proportional to the effect, and the effect, as far as we can know it, is not infinite. So, given your premises, on what basis can you ascribe infinity to God? You will surely continue to insist that by denying any similarity between God and human beings, we would submit to the most arbitrary hypothesis and thus weaken all proofs of God's existence. Second, you have no reason to ascribe perfection to God, even in his finite activity. Nor can you suppose that he is free from error, mistakes, or incoherence in what he does. Many unexplainable difficulties exist in the works of nature. If we assume a perfect author of nature to be proved a priori, these problems are easily solved and are dismissed as arising from the limited ability of human beings who cannot grasp infinite relations. But according to your way of reasoning, these difficulties all become real and might be claimed as new instances of God's likeness to human art and design. You must at least admit that it is impossible to tell, from our limited perspective, whether this system of things contains any great flaws or deserves considerable praise when compared with other systems that are possible or even ones that are real. Could a peasant, if someone were to read the Aeneid aloud, say that the poem is absolutely faultless, or never having experienced any other works of that kind, assign its proper place among the products of human creativity? Even if this world were a perfect product, it remains uncertain whether its excellence can properly be ascribed to its builder. If we were to look at a ship, we might form a lofty idea of the ingenuity of the carpenter who designed such a complicated, useful, and beautiful machine. But we would be shocked if we were to find that he was a mechanic who simply copied a work of art that had evolved and improved over a long period of time, after many trials, mistakes, corrections, deliberations, and disagreements. Many worlds might have been botched and bungled throughout an eternity before the current system was finally produced. Much labor might have been lost, many fruitless trials might have been conducted, and a slow but continued improvement might have been carried on during infinite ages in the art of world-making. On such a subject, who can determine where the truth lies? No, who can conjecture where the probability lies amid a vast number of hypotheses that might be proposed and even more that might be imagined? And what shadow of argument can you produce from your hypothesis to prove the unity of God? Many people join in building a house or a ship, rearing a city, and in framing a commonwealth. What makes you think that several gods might not combine in conceiving and constructing a world? This would establish an even greater similarity to human affairs. By sharing the work among several divinities, we would limit the qualities of each of them, eliminating the extensive power and knowledge that must be supposed in a single God, which, according to you, only serves to weaken the proof of his existence. If such foolish and vicious creatures as human beings can unite in planning and executing a single design, consider how much more those gods, or demons, who are several degrees more perfect, could accomplish.
Philo.
True philosophy resists multiplying unnecessary causes, but this principle does not apply to the present case. If your theory proved at the outset that a single God exists who possesses every attribute required to produce the universe, I admit that it would be needless, though not absurd, to suppose that any other deities exist. But if we are still questioning whether all these attributes are united in a single being or dispersed among several independent beings, what phenomena in nature can be offered to decide the issue? If we see an object raised in a scale, we are sure that there is in the opposite scale, even if it is concealed, some counterposing weight equal to it. But we can doubt whether that weight is an aggregate of several different objects or one unified, united mass. If the required weight far exceeds anything we have ever seen conjoined in a single object, it is probable and natural to suppose that the weight is composed of several different objects. An intelligent being with the vast power and ability required to produce the universe, to use the language of ancient philosophy, such a prodigious animal exceeds all analogy and comprehension. Consider another point, Cleanthes. Human beings are mortal and renew their species by reproduction. The two great sexes of male and female, says Milton, animate the world. Why must this arrangement that is so universal, so essential, be excluded from those numerous and limited deities? Then behold the theogony of ancient times brought back upon us. Why not become a perfect anthropomorphite? Why not say that God, or, if there are many, the several deities are corporeal and have eyes, a nose, a mouth, and ears? Epicurus maintained that nobody had ever seen reason except in human shape, so he concluded that the gods must have human shape. Cleanthes, this argument, which was rightly ridiculed by Cicero, according to you, becomes solid and philosophical.
No.
In a word, perhaps people who follow your hypothesis are able to assert or conjecture that the universe at some point arose from something like design. But beyond that position, they cannot determine one single circumstance. Afterward, they are left to establish every point of their theology by the extreme license of fantasy and conjecture. When compared to a superior standard, this world is faulty and imperfect. For all they know, it was only the first clumsy attempt by an infant deity who abandoned it, ashamed of his lame performance. Maybe it is the work of a dependent, inferior deity, the object of derision by his superiors. Or possibly it is the product of old age and dotage in some superannuated deity who, since its death, has played out its activity, impelled by the first impulse and active force he gave it.
Oh.
Demir, you rightly show signs of horror at these strange suppositions.
Oh, yes.
But these, and 1,000 more of the same kind, come not from me, but from Cleanthes. From the moment the attributes of God are supposed to be finite, all of these conjectures become legitimate. Speaking for myself, I do not think that such a wild and unsettled system of theology is, in any way, preferable to none at all.
I totally reject these speculations. But they do not horrify me, especially when they're proposed in the rambling way in which you presented them. On the contrary, they please me when I see that even in your wildest imagination, you never abandon the hypothesis of design in the universe, but are obliged at every turn to draw upon it. I hold you firmly to this concession, and I consider it to be a sufficient foundation for religion.
It must certainly be flimsy material that could be erected on such a weak foundation. As long as we are uncertain whether there is one God or many, whether the deity or deities to whom we owe our existence are perfect or imperfect, subordinate or supreme, dead or alive, what trust or confidence can we place in them? What devotion or worship could we address to them? What veneration or obedience could we pay to them? The teachings of religion become useless. Even with regard to their theoretical consequences, the uncertainty you ascribe to them must render them questionable and unsatisfactory.
Oh, they become even more unsatisfactory if you consider another hypothesis that becomes probable when we use the method of reasoning that Cleanthes recommends. Like effects arise from like causes. That is the principle he thinks is the foundation of religion. But there is another principle of the same kind that is no less certain and is derived from the same source of experience. Where several known circumstances are observed to be similar, the unknown circumstances will also be found to be similar. Thus, if we see the limbs of a human body, we conclude that it will also have a human head, even if it is hidden from view. If we see a small part of the sun through a chink in a wall, we will infer that if the wall were removed, we would see the whole thing. In short, this method of reasoning is so obvious and familiar, we cannot doubt its reliability.
Agreed.
Now, if we survey the universe as far as we know it, it resembles an animal or a similar organized body and seems to be activated by a similar principle of life and motion. A continuous circulation of matter in it does not produce disorder. Continuous degeneration in every part of it is constantly repaired. We observe affinity throughout the entire system, with each part or member performing its proper function and also preserving itself as well as the entire system. Therefore, I infer that the world is an animal, and the deity is the soul of the world, activating it and being activated by it. Cleanthes, you are too well educated to be surprised by this view, which, you know, was maintained by all the theists of antiquity and dominates their reasoning and their writings. Although the ancient philosophers sometimes reason from final causes, as if they thought the world is the workmanship of God, their favorite notion seems to be to consider it to be a body whose organization renders it subservient to him. Because the universe resembles a human body more than it does the works of human art and design, if our limited analogy could be properly extended to the whole of nature, we must admit that the conclusion is closer to the ancient theory than the modern one. This view has many other advantages that recommended it to the ancient theologians. Nothing was more repugnant to all their theories than the notion of mind without body, because nothing was more repugnant to common experience than a mere spiritual substance that could not be sensed or comprehended, and of which they had never observed a single instance throughout nature. They knew mind and body because they felt both. In the same way, they knew order, arrangement, and internal organization. It could only seem reasonable for them to transfer this experience to the universe and to suppose the divine mind and body to be coeval, and for both of them to have order and arrangement naturally inherent in them and inseparable from them. Therefore, here is a new species of anthropomorphism, Cleanthes, on which you may deliberate. A theory that does not seem liable to any great difficulties. Surely you are too far above holding systematic prejudice to find any more difficulty in supposing an animal body originally to possess order and organization, by itself or from unknown causes, than in thinking that a similar order originally belonged to mind. But we ought not entirely discard the common prejudice which holds that body and mind always ought to accompany each other. It is founded on common experience, the only guide that you claim to follow in these theological inquiries. But if you say that our limited experience is an inadequate standard by which to judge the unlimited extent of nature, you entirely abandon your own hypothesis. In that case, you must adopt our mysticism, as you call it, and from now on admit the absolute incomprehensibility of the divine nature.
I confess that this theory has never before occurred to me, though it is a fairly natural one. On such short notice, I cannot readily offer any opinion about it.
You are definitely quite careful. If I were to examine any system of yours, I would not have been half that cautious and reserved in posing objections and difficulties. However, if anything occurs to you, please do us the favor of sharing it.
Well then, it seems to me that although the world does resemble an animal body in many ways, the analogy is defective in the most relevant details. It has no sense organs, no seat of thought or reason, no single and precise origin of motion and action. In short, it seems to bear a stronger resemblance to a vegetable than to an animal, weakening your inference concerning the soul of the world. Next, your theory seems to imply the eternity of the world, and I think that principle can be refuted by the strongest reasons and probabilities. I will offer an argument for this purpose that I believe no writer has previously defended. Those who reason from the recent origin of the arts and sciences argue with force, but they might be refuted by considerations derived from the nature of human society. I mean, the continual alternation between ignorance and knowledge, freedom and slavery, wealth and poverty. Therefore, it is impossible for us, based on our limited experience, to predict future events with certainty. Ancient culture and history were in danger of perishing entirely after the invasion by barbarous nations. If these attacks had continued a little longer or been a little more violent, we would probably not know what took place in the world a few centuries before our time. And if it were not for the superstition of the popes, who preserved a little jargon of Latin to support the appearance of an ancient and universal church, that tongue would surely have been utterly lost. In that case, the Western world, being totally barbarous, would not have been in a proper condition to receive the Greek language and learning that was conveyed to them after the sacking of Constantinople. If education and books had been extinguished, even the mechanical arts would have fallen into considerable decay. But it is easy to imagine that fable or tradition might ascribe to them a much later origin than the true one, making this common argument against the eternity of the world seem somewhat precarious. But now I will lay the foundation for a better argument. Lucullus was the first person to bring cherry trees from Asia to Europe, even though those trees thrive so well in many European climates that they grow wild in the woods. Is it possible that throughout all of eternity no European had ever traveled to Asia and thought of transplanting so delicious a fruit back home? Or, if the tree was once transplanted and propagated, how could it perish? Empires may rise and fall, freedom and slavery succeed each other, and ignorance and knowledge replace each other. But the cherry tree will still remain in the woods of Greece, Spain, and Italy without being affected by the revolutions of human society. Fewer than 2,000 years have passed since vines were transplanted into France, even though no climate in the world is more favorable to them. It has been fewer than 3 centuries since horses, cows, sheep, pigs, dogs, and corn were known in America. Is it possible that during the transformations of all eternity, a Columbus never emerged to open communication between Europe and that continent? We might as well imagine that people would wear stockings for 10,000 years and never have the sense to invent garters to hold them up. These seem to be convincing proofs of the youth, or rather the infancy of the world, founded on the operation of principles that are more constant and steady than those by which human society is governed and directed. Nothing less than a total transformation of the elements will ever destroy all the European animals and vegetables that are now found in the Western world.
And what arguments do you have against such a transformation? We have strong and almost incontestable evidence from throughout the earth that every part of this globe was entirely covered with water for many ages. Even if order is assumed to be inseparable from matter and inherent in it, matter may be capable of many and colossal revolutions through endless periods of eternal duration. The incessant changes to which every part of it is subject seem to indicate some such general transformations, even though we can observe that all the changes and destructions that we have ever experienced are only passages from one state of order to another. It is impossible for matter ever to exist in total disorder and confusion. What we see in the parts we may infer about the whole. That is the method of reasoning on which you rest your entire theory. If I were forced to defend any particular system of this sort, which I would never do willingly, I consider none more plausible than the one that ascribes an eternal, inherent principle of order to the world, an order that includes great and constant revolutions and alterations. This solves all the difficulties at once. If the solution, by being so general, is not entirely complete and satisfactory, it is at least a theory to which we must sooner or later have recourse, no matter what view we embrace. How could things be as they are now if there were not original inherent principles of order somewhere, in thought or in matter? It does not really matter which of these we choose, but chance has no place on any hypothesis. Whether it is skeptical or religious, everything is surely governed by steady, inviolable laws. If the inner essence of things were laid open to us, we should discover a scene of which at present we can have no idea. And instead of admiring the order of nature, we would see clearly that it was absolutely impossible for it, even in the smallest detail, ever to have any other arrangement. Assume that someone is inclined to revive the pagan theology that maintained, as we learn from Hesiod, that 30,000 deities arose from the unknown powers of nature and govern this globe. You would naturally object, Cleanthes, that nothing is gained by this hypothesis, and that it is just as easy to suppose that all people and animals, beings that are more numerous but less perfect than gods, have sprung immediately from a similar origin.
Exactly.
Push the same inference back one step, and you will find that a numerous society of deities is as explicable as one universal deity who possesses the powers and perfections of the whole society. Then, based on your principles, you must admit that all of these systems, skepticism, polytheism, and theism, are on an equal footing, and that not one of them has any advantage over the others. In that way, you can understand the fallacy of your principles. Now, Cleanthes, as I think about the ancient idea of the soul of the world, a new idea suddenly strikes me. If I am right, it will undermine all your reasoning and destroy even your initial inferences on which you place such confidence. If the universe is more like animal bodies and vegetables than works of human art, it is probable that its cause is more like that of animals and vegetables. Therefore, its origin should be ascribed to reproduction or vegetation rather than to reason or design. So, your conclusion, even according to your own principles, is unconvincing and defective.
Please develop this argument a little more, Philo, because I do not fully understand it in the concise way you have expressed it.
As you heard, Demea, our friend Cleanthes claims that since no question of fact can be proved other than by experience, the existence of God can also be proved only in this way. He says that the world resembles works of human design. Therefore, its cause must also resemble the human mind. Here I would point out that the operation of one very small part of nature, humanity, or another very small part, inanimate matter that lies within our reach, is the rule by which Cleanthes judges the origin of the universe. He measures objects that are vastly different from each other by the same standard. To dispense with all of his arguments developed in this way, I pointed out that other parts of the universe, besides machines invented by human beings, bear an even greater resemblance to the structure of the world, and which, therefore, provide a better idea of the universal origin of the whole system. These parts are animals and vegetables. Clearly, the world is more like an animal or a vegetable than a watch or a loom. Therefore, its cause probably resembles the cause of animals and vegetables, reproduction and vegetation. Thus, we may conclude that the cause of the world is something that bears a similarity or an analogy to reproduction or vegetation.
But how is it possible to think that the world arises from anything like vegetation or procreation?
That's easy. In the same way that a tree sheds its seeds into neighboring fields and produces other trees, the great vegetable, the world or this planetary system, produces within itself certain seeds that are scattered into the surrounding chaos and vegetate into new worlds. A comet, for example, is the seed of a world. After it is fully ripe, by passing from sun to sun and star to star, it is at last tossed into the unformed elements that everywhere surround this universe and immediately sprouts up into a new system. Or, for the sake of variety, I see no other advantage, we might suppose that this world is an animal. A comet is the egg produced by this animal, just as an ostrich lays its egg in the sand, which hatches the egg without any additional care and produces a new animal, and so that's what happens.
I understand what you are saying, but what wild, arbitrary conjectures these are.
Yes.
What data do you have for such outlandish conclusions? Is the slight imaginary resemblance of the world to a vegetable or an animal sufficient to establish the same inference with regard to both? Should objects, which generally differ so greatly, serve as a standard for each other?
That's right. This is what I have been saying from the beginning. I have insisted that we have no data to establish any system of cosmogony. Our experience is so imperfect, so limited in extent and duration, that it can support no probable hypothesis concerning the whole of things. But if we must settle on some hypothesis, please tell me by what rule we ought to determine our choice. Is there any other rule than the greater similarity of the objects being compared? Does not a plant or an animal, which springs from vegetation or reproduction, bear a stronger resemblance to the world than any artificial machine that arises from reason and design?
But what exactly is this vegetation or reproduction that you are talking about? Can you explain its operation? Can you analyze the minute internal structure on which it depends?
I can analyze it at least as much as Cleanthes can explain the operations of reason or analyze the internal structure on which it depends. But even without any such elaborate inquiry, when I see an animal, I infer that it sprang from reproduction with just as much certainty as you conclude that a house has been constructed by design. These words, reproduction and reason, refer to certain powers and energies in nature. Their effects are known, but their essence is incomprehensible. Neither one of these principles has the privilege of being made into a standard for the whole of nature. In reality, Demea, we can reasonably expect that when we take a larger view, it will lead us to a better conclusion concerning such extraordinary and magnificent subjects. In this little corner of the world alone, there are 4 principles: reason, instinct, procreation, and vegetation, which are similar to each other and cause similar effects. If we could travel from planet to planet and from system to system in order to examine each part of this mighty structure, how many other principles might we naturally expect to find in the immense extent and variety of the universe?
Well,
Any one of the 4 principles I just mentioned, and 100 others we might imagine, might provide a theory for the origin of the world. It is a palpable and egregious bias to confine our view entirely to the principle by which our own minds operate. If this principle were more intelligible as a result, such partiality might be somewhat excusable. But reason, in its internal composition and structure, is really as little known to us as our instinct and vegetation. Perhaps even that vague and indeterminate word, nature, to which common people attribute everything, is fundamentally less mysterious. We know the effects of these principles through experience, but the principles themselves and their manner of operation are totally unknown. Nor is it less intelligible or less conformable to experience to say that the world arose by vegetation from a seed shed by another world than to say that it arose from divine reason or design in the sense that Cleanthes understands it.
but it seems to me that if the world had a vegetative quality and could sow the seeds of new worlds into infinite chaos, such a power would be an additional argument for conscious design by its author. What could be the source of such a wonderful faculty but design? How could order spring from anything that does not perceive the order it bestows?
You only need to look around to answer this question. A tree bestows order and organization on a tree that springs from it, without knowing the order. An animal does the same for its offspring, as a bird does for its nest. Instances of this kind are much more frequent in the world than those of order that arise from reason and design.
Well,
To say that all this order in animals and vegetables proceeds ultimately from design begs the question. That great point can only be established by proving a priori that order is, by nature, inseparably attached to thought, and that it can never, from itself or from fundamental unknown principles, belong to matter. But Cleanthes can never use the objection you pose, unless he renounces a defense he has already made against one of my objections. When I asked about the cause of that supreme reason and intelligence into which he resolves everything, he told me that the impossibility of answering such questions could never be admitted as an objection in any type of philosophy. He said that we must stop somewhere. It is never within reach of human ability to explain ultimate causes or show the fundamental constitution of any object. It will suffice if any steps on our path are supported by experience and observation. We cannot deny that vegetation and reproduction, as well as reason, are experienced as principles of order in nature. If I ground my system of cosmogony on vegetation and reproduction rather than reason, I choose to do so. How I decide seems to be entirely arbitrary. When Cleanthes asks me about the cause of my great vegetative or generative principle, I am equally entitled to ask him about the cause of his great reasoning principle. We have agreed to forego those questions on both sides. On the present occasion, it is especially in his interest to stick to this agreement. Judging by our limited and imperfect experience, reproduction has some advantages over reason. Every day we see reason arise from reproduction, but we never see reproduction arise from reason. I ask you to compare the consequences of both sides. I say that the world resembles an animal. Therefore, it is an animal that arose from reproduction. I confess that the steps are big, but there is some small appearance of analogy in each step. Cleanthes says that the world resembles a machine. Therefore, it is a machine that arose from design. The steps here are equally big, but the analogy is less striking. If he carries my hypothesis a step further and infers design or reason from the great principle of reproduction on which I insist, I may, with greater authority, use the same freedom to extend his hypothesis and infer a divine reproduction or theogony from his principle of reason. I at least have a faint shadow of experience, and that is the most that can ever be attained on this subject. In innumerable instances we observe that reason arises from the principle of reproduction and never from any other principle. Hesiod and all the ancient mythologists were so struck with this analogy that they universally explained the origin of nature from animal birth and copulation. Plato, too, so far as he is intelligible, seems to have adopted some such notion in his Timaeus. The Brahmins assert that the world arose from an infinite spider that spun this whole complicated mass from its bowels. Afterward, it annihilates the whole and every part of it by absorbing it and resolving it again into his own being. Well, here is a kind of cosmogony that appears to us to be ridiculous because a spider is a small, contemptible animal. We are never likely to take its actions as a model for the whole universe, but this is a new kind of analogy even on our globe. If there were a planet entirely inhabited by spiders, which is possible, this inference would there appear as natural and undeniable as that which on our planet ascribes the origin of all things to design and intelligence, as explained by Cleanthes. It is difficult to give a satisfactory reason why an orderly system might not be spun from the belly as well as from the brain.
I must say, Philo, that of all people now living, the task you have assumed of raising doubts and objections suits you best. In a way, it seems to be unavoidable and natural to you. Your inventiveness is so fertile that I'm not ashamed to admit that I am unable, off the top of my head, constantly to solve the sort of uncommon difficulties that you incessantly thrust on me. However, I do clearly see, in general, their fallacy and error. I have no doubt that you are also at present in the same condition, lacking solutions, even though you are quick with objections. But you must be aware that common sense and reason are entirely against you, and that fantasies such as you have presented may puzzle us, but can never convince us.
What you ascribe to the fertility of my inventiveness, Cleanthes, comes entirely from the nature of the subject. When we consider topics that are suited to the narrow scope of human reason, normally there is only one hypothesis that carries probability or conviction with it. To a person with sound judgment, all other suggestions seem to be absurd and fanciful. But on questions such as the one we are considering right now, 100 contradictory views may be imperfectly analogous, and invention may operate freely. Without any great mental effort, I think I could quickly propose other systems of cosmogony that might appear to be true. It is 1,000, 1,000,000 to 1 that either yours or mine is the true system. For instance, what if I should revive the old Epicurean hypothesis? This is commonly, and I think rightly, considered to be the most absurd system that has yet been proposed. But with a few alterations, it might be formed to appear somewhat probable. Instead of supposing that matter is infinite, as Epicurus did, let us assume that it is finite. A finite number of particles is only capable of finite changes. So it must happen that in an eternal duration every possible order and position must be tried an infinite number of times. Therefore, our world, including all of its events, even the most minute, has been produced and destroyed and will again be produced and destroyed without any bounds or limitations. Anyone who has a proper concept of the infinite, as contrasted with the finite, will never doubt this conclusion.
But Philo, that assumes matter could acquire motion without a voluntary agent or a first mover.
Well, what is wrong with that assumption? Before we experience any event, it is equally difficult and incomprehensible. And after we experience it, every event is equally easy and intelligible. In many instances, motion begins from matter without any known voluntary agent, including gravity, elasticity, and electricity. It is no advantage to suppose an unknown voluntary agent in these cases. It is just as easy to conceive a priori that motion begins in matter, as it is to think that its motion is derived from mind and intelligence. Besides, why could motion not have been transmitted by impulse through all eternity? Could not the same, or nearly the same, amount of it still exist in the universe? Just as much is lost by the composition of motion as is gained by its separation. Whatever the cause, it is certain that matter is, and always has been, in continual activity as far as human experience reaches. At present, there is probably not one particle of matter in the whole universe that is at absolute rest. This consideration, on which we have stumbled in the course of our argument, also suggests a new hypothesis of cosmogony that is not absolutely absurd and improbable.
Another new hypothesis.
Is there a system, an order, an arrangement of things by which matter can preserve the perpetual motion that seems to be essential to it and yet remain constant in the forms it produces? Certainly there is such an arrangement, for this is actually the case with the present world. The continual motion of matter, in fewer than infinite changes, must produce this arrangement or order. By its very nature, that order, once established, supports itself for many ages, if not to eternity. Wherever matter is poised, arranged, and adjusted so that it continues in perpetual motion and preserves constancy in its forms, it necessarily has the same appearance of art and design that we observe at present. All of the parts of each form correlate with each other and to the whole. and the whole itself correlates with the various parts of the universe, to the element in which the form exists, to the material with which it repairs its atrophy and decay, and to every other form that is hostile or friendly. A defect in any of these particulars destroys the form, and the matter of which it is composed is again set loose and thrown into irregular motion and fermentation until it unites itself with some other regular form. If no such form is able to receive it, and if there is a large quantity of this corrupted matter in the universe, then the universe itself is thrown into disorder, regardless of whether it is the feeble embryo of a world in its first beginning that is so destroyed, or the rotten carcass of one languishing in old age and infirmity. In either case, chaos emerges until finite, though innumerable, changes finally produce some forms whose parts and organs are adjusted so as to support them amid a continued progression of matter. I will try to vary the illustration.
Yes.
Suppose that matter is thrown into any position by a blind, unguided force. It is obvious that this first position must, in all probability, be the most confused and most disorderly imaginable, without any resemblance to the works of human design that, along with the symmetry of parts, show an adjustment of means to ends and a tendency to self-preservation. If the activating force were to stop after this operation, matter must forever remain in disorder and continue as an immense chaos without any symmetry or activity. Now, suppose that the activating force, whatever it is, still continues in matter. Then the first position will give way to the second, which will probably be as disorderly as the first, and so on through many successive changes and revolutions. No particular order or position ever continues unaltered for a moment. The original force, still remaining active, gives matter a perpetual restlessness. Every possible formation is produced and instantly destroyed. If a glimpse or hint of order appears for a moment, it is instantly sent away and confounded by that never-ceasing force that activates every part of matter. In this way, the universe continues for many ages in an ongoing succession of chaos and disorder. But is it not possible that it might eventually arrive at a point where it achieves the appearance of stability amid the continual motion and fluctuation of its parts? We have assumed that motion is inherent in it, so it will always be changing and active. We find this to be the case with the present universe. Every individual thing and every one of its parts are perpetually changing, yet the whole appears to remain the same. Might we not hope for such a situation, or rather be assured of it, based on the eternal change of unguided matter? Might this not account for all the wisdom and design that the universe appears to possess? Let us think about this subject a bit, and we will find that this arrangement, attained by matter that seems to possess stable forms but is really in perpetual change and motion of parts, offers a plausible, if not a true, solution to the problem. Therefore, it is futile to insist upon the usefulness of the parts of animals or vegetables and their curious adjustment to each other. I would like to know how an animal could exist if its parts were not adjusted to each other. Do we not find that it immediately dies whenever this adjustment stops, and that its decaying matter finds some new form? Indeed, it does happen that the parts of the world are so well adjusted that some regular form immediately lays claim to this decomposed matter. If that were not so, could the world exist? Would it not dissolve just as the animal does and pass through new arrangements and conditions until, in great but finite succession, it finally falls into the present order or something similar to it?
It is a good thing you told us that this hypothesis was developed in the course of the argument. If you had time to examine it, you would have seen the insurmountable objections that threaten it. You say that no form can exist unless it possesses those powers and organs required for its survival. Some new order or arrangement must be tried without intermission, until finally some order that can support and maintain itself is achieved. But, according to this hypothesis, what is the source of the many conveniences and advantages that people, and all animals, possess? 2 eyes and 2 ears are not absolutely necessary for the survival of the species. The human race might have been propagated and preserved without horses, dogs, cows, sheep, and the innumerable fruits and other products that promote our satisfaction and enjoyment. If no camels had been created for people to use in the sandy deserts of Africa and Arabia, would the world have been dissolved?
Well,
If no magnet had been framed to give wonderful and useful direction to the needle of a compass, would human society and the entire human species have been immediately extinguished? Even though the laws of nature are generally quite frugal, instances of this kind are far from rare. Any one of them is a sufficient proof of design, and of benevolent design, that give rise to the order and arrangement of the universe.
I do not deny, and you may safely conclude that my hypothesis is incomplete and imperfect. But can we ever reasonably expect greater success in any attempts of this kind? Can we ever hope to build a system of cosmogony that is liable to no exceptions and will contain no feature that is repugnant to our limited and imperfect experience of what is analogous to nature? Your theory cannot pretend to have any such advantage, even though you have resorted to anthropomorphism in order to conform to common experience. Let us once more put it on trial. In all instances that we have ever seen, ideas are copied from real objects. They are ectypal, not archetypal, to express myself in scholarly language. But you reverse this order and give precedence to thought. In all instances we have ever seen, thought has no influence on matter, except where matter is joined with thought, so as to have an equal reciprocal influence on it. No animal can immediately move anything but the parts of its own body. Indeed, the balance between every action and reaction seems to be a universal law of nature. However, your theory implies a contradiction to this experience. These examples, along with many more that I could easily provide, especially the assumption of a mind or system that is eternal, in other words, an animal that is ingenerable and immortal, these examples may teach all of us to be careful in condemning each other. We clearly see that no system of this kind ought ever to be taken from a slight analogy. Neither should we reject any on account of a small incongruity. That is a difficulty from which we can say that no one is exempt. We must admit that all religious systems are subject to great and insuperable difficulties. Each contender triumphs in turn while waging an offensive war and exposing the absurdity, barbarity, and pernicious tenets of the antagonist. But all of them generally provide a complete triumph for the skeptic, who maintains that no system ought ever be embraced concerning such subjects. The reason is that no absurdity ought ever be accepted with regard to any subject. Total suspense of judgment is the only reasonable position. If every attack and no defense among theologians is ever successful, as we commonly see, then consider how complete is the victory on the part of the one who remains, with all of humanity, on the offensive and has no fixed position that must be defended on any occasion.
If there are so many problems with the a posteriori argument, would it not be better to embrace the simple and sublime a priori argument that offers infallible demonstration and immediately eliminates all doubt and difficulty?
Oh, no.
This also allows us to prove the infinity of God's attributes, which I fear can never be determined with certainty by any other approach. How can an effect that is either finite, or for all we know, may be finite, prove an infinite cause? It is also difficult, if not absolutely impossible, to deduce the unity of God's nature merely from contemplating the works of nature. Nor will the mere uniformity of the plan, even if it were accepted, give us any assurance of that attribute. However, the argument a priori...
To me, you seem to reason as if these advantages and comforts of the abstract argument were complete proofs of its soundness. But in my opinion, it is first proper to determine exactly what argument of this sort you have in mind. Then, from the argument itself, rather than from its useful consequences, we can try to determine its value.
The argument on which I insist is the common one. Whatever exists must have a cause or reason for its existence, since it is absolutely impossible for anything to produce itself or be the cause of its own existence. In ascending from effects to causes, we must either proceed to trace an infinite succession of events without any cause at all, or we must eventually have recourse to an ultimate cause that exists necessarily. The absurdity of the first alternative can be proved this way. In the infinite chain or succession of causes and effects, each single effect is determined to exist by the power and efficacy of the cause that immediately preceded it. But the whole eternal chain or succession, taken as a whole, is not determined or caused by anything. Yet it is clear that it requires a cause or a reason as much as any particular object that begins to exist in time. It is reasonable to ask why this particular succession of causes existed from eternity rather than some other succession, or no succession at all. If there is no being that necessarily exists, any conjecture that can be formed is equally possible. Nor is it any more absurd to say that nothing existed from eternity than that there is a succession of causes that constitutes the universe. What was it, then, that determined something to exist rather than nothing, and bestowed being on a particular possibility, excluding all the rest? There are supposed to be no external causes. Chance is a meaningless word. Was it nothing? But that could never produce anything. Therefore, we must resort to a necessarily existent being who carries the reason for his existence in himself, and who cannot be supposed not to exist without an explicit contradiction. Consequently, there is such a being. That is, God exists.
I'm not going to leave it to Philo to point out the weakness of this metaphysical reasoning, though I know that raising objections is his chief delight. It seems to me to be so obviously ill-grounded, and at the same time of so little importance to the cause of true piety and religion, that I will attempt to show its fallacy. I begin by observing that it is clearly absurd to try to demonstrate a matter of fact, to prove it by a priori arguments alone. Nothing can be demonstrated unless the contrary implies a contradiction. And nothing we can distinctly conceive implies a contradiction. Whatever we conceive as existing, we can also conceive as not existing. There is no being whose non-existence implies a contradiction. Therefore, there is no being whose existence is demonstrable. I offer this argument as entirely decisive, and I'm willing to rest the whole dispute on it.
Well,
Now, some people pretend that God is a being who necessarily exists. They attempt to explain the necessity of his existence by saying that if we knew his whole essence or nature, we would realize that it is as impossible for God not to exist as it is for 2 times 2 not to be 4. But clearly, this can never happen as long as our mental powers remain the same as they are now. However, it will always be possible for us to conceive of the non-existence of what we previously conceived to exist. Nor is it necessary for the mind to think that any object will always continue to exist in the same way that we necessarily think that 2 times 2 is 4. Therefore, the words necessary existence are meaningless, or in other words, they have no meaning that is consistent. Furthermore, why could the material universe not be the necessarily existent being, according to this supposed explication of necessity? We do not dare say that we know all the qualities of matter. For all we can determine, matter may contain qualities which, if they were known, would make its non-existence appear as great a contradiction as the claim that 2 times 2 is 5. Dr. Samuel Clarke tells us that any particle of matter may be conceived to be annihilated, and any form may be conceived to be altered. Therefore, such annihilation or alteration is not impossible. But I think it is only a great prejudice not to realize that the same argument extends equally to God, as far as we have any conception of him. The mind can at least imagine him not to exist, or for his attributes to be changed. It must be some unknown, inconceivable qualities that could make his non-existence appear impossible, or his attributes seem to be unalterable. No reason can be offered to show why these qualities could not belong to matter. Because they are entirely unknown and inconceivable, they can never be proved to be incompatible with matter. Add to this that in tracing an eternal succession of objects, it seems absurd to seek a general cause or first author. How can anything that exists from eternity have a cause? Such a relation implies priority in time and a beginning of existence. Moreover, in such a chain or succession of objects, each part is caused by what preceded it, and it causes what succeeds it. So where's the difficulty? You say that the whole needs a cause.
Yes.
But I answer that uniting these parts into a whole, like uniting several distinct countries into one kingdom, or several distinct members into one body, is merely performed by an arbitrary act of the mind. It has no influence on the nature of things. Now, if I were to show you the particular causes of each individual in a collection of 20 particles of matter, I would think it is unreasonable for you then to ask me for the cause of the whole 20. It is sufficiently explained by explaining the cause of the parts.
Although the reasons you have just provided might excuse me from posing any further objections, I cannot resist raising one more issue. Arithmeticians have discovered that the products of 9 always compose 9 or some lesser product of 9. If you add together all the numerals of which the first product is composed, for example, 18, 27, and 36, all products of 9, you can make 9 by adding up 1 and 8, 2 and 7, and 3 and 6. Thus, 369 is also a product of 9. And if you add up 3, 6, and 9, you produce 18, a lesser product of 9. To a casual observer, such a wonderful regularity might be admired as the effect either of chance or design, but a skillful algebraist immediately concludes that it is the work of necessity, and demonstrates that it must forever result from the nature of these numbers. Is it not probable that the entire order of the universe is regulated by a similar necessity, even though no human algebra can provide the key that solves the difficulty? Instead of admiring the order of natural beings, might it not happen that if we could penetrate into the intimate nature of material things, we would clearly see why it was absolutely impossible that they could never acquire any other structure? See how dangerous it is to introduce this idea of necessity into the present discussion? See how naturally it affords an inference directly opposite to the religious hypothesis. But let us drop all these abstractions and confine our inquiry to more familiar topics. I simply observe that a priori religious arguments have seldom been found to be convincing, except to metaphysical thinkers who have accustomed themselves to abstract reasoning. We learn from mathematics that understanding frequently leads to truth only through obscurity and is contrary to first appearances. They have transferred the same habit of thinking to subjects where it has no place. Other people, even those of good sense and favorably inclined to religion, always think that such arguments are deficient, even though they are perhaps unable to explain clearly where the difficulty lies. This is a reliable proof that people always did and always will derive their religion from other sources than this kind of reasoning.
In my opinion, we all feel the truth of religion in our own heart. From an awareness of our weakness and misery, rather than from any reasoning, we are led to seek protection from God, on whom we and all of nature depend. Even the best conditions of life are so anxious or so tedious that the future is the object of all our hopes and fears. We constantly look forward and try, through prayers, adoration, and sacrifice, to appease those unknown powers that, as we find by experience, are so able to afflict and oppress us. Wretched creatures we are! What refuge could we find amid the innumerable ills of life if religion would not suggest methods of atonement and ways to appease those terrors with which we are incessantly agitated and tormented?
I agree that the best, indeed the only method of bringing everyone to a proper sense of religion is by vividly representing the misery and wickedness of human beings. For that purpose, a talent for eloquence and strong imagery is more important than reasoning and argument. Is it necessary to prove what we all feel within ourselves? No. All that is required is to make us feel it, if possible, more intimately and intensely.
People are fully convinced of this powerful and sad truth. The miseries of life, the unhappiness of human beings, the general corruption of our nature, and the unsatisfactory enjoyment of pleasures, riches, and honors. Such phrases have become almost proverbial in all languages. Who can doubt what all people acknowledge from their own immediate feeling and experience?
On this point, educated people are in full agreement with common people. The topic of human misery has been elaborated in all literature, sacred and profane, with the most pathetic eloquence that sorrow and melancholy could inspire. Poets, who speak from sentiment, without a theoretical system, and whose testimony therefore has all the more authority, abound in images of this kind. From Homer down to Dr. Young, the whole inspired clan has always been aware that no other representation of things would suit the feeling and observation of each individual.
You do not have to look far for confirmation. Just look around Cleanthes's library. Except for authors of particular sciences such as chemistry or botany, who have no reason to treat human life, I am sure that there is hardly one of those innumerable writers from whom the sense of human misery has not elicited a complaint and confession of it in some passage or another. At least, chance is entirely on that side, and as far as I can recall, Not a single author has ever been so bold as to deny it.
There you must excuse me. Leibniz has denied it. Perhaps he is the first who ventured on such a bold and paradoxical opinion, at least the first who made it essential to his philosophical system.
By being the first, might he not have been aware of his error? Is this a subject in which philosophers can expect to make discoveries, especially so late in history? And can anyone hope by simple denial, the subject is hardly open to reason, to crush the united testimony of humankind, founded on sensation and consciousness? And why should human beings pretend to be exempt from the fate of all other animals? Believe me, Philo, the whole earth is cursed and polluted. A perpetual war is kindled among all living creatures. Necessity, hunger, and want stimulate the strong and courageous. Fear, anxiety, and terror agitate the weak and infirm. Entering into life tortures the newborn infant and its wretched parent. Weakness, impotence, and distress attend each stage of that life, and it is finally finished in agony and horror.
Look also at the curious working of nature that sours the life of every living being. The strong prey upon the weak and keep them in perpetual terror and anxiety. In turn, the weaker prey upon the stronger, vexing and molesting them without pause. Consider the innumerable species of insects that either breed in the body of every animal or fly around and sting them. These insects have others even smaller than they are that torment them. Thus, on every hand, before and behind, above and below, enemies that incessantly seek their misery and destruction surround all animals.
Only human beings seem to be an exception to this rule. By uniting in society, they can easily master lions, tigers, and bears, whose greater strength and agility naturally enable them to prey upon us.
On the contrary, here is where the uniform and equal principles of nature are most evident. It is true that human beings can, by working together, surmount all their real enemies and dominate the rest of the animal kingdom. But will they not immediately conjure up imaginary enemies? Demons created by fancy that haunt them with superstitious terrors and destroy every enjoyment of life? They imagine that those demons consider pleasure to be a crime and that food and rest offend and anger them. Sleep and dreams furnish new materials for their anxious fear, and even death, refuge from every other ill, presents only dread of endless and incalculable misery. The wolf no more molests the timid flock than superstition does the anxious breast of wretched mortals. Furthermore, Demea, consider the very society by which we overcome those wild beasts, our natural enemies. Think of the new enemies it presents to us. What woe and misery does it not impart? Human beings are their own greatest enemy. Oppression, injustice, contempt, disrespect, violence, sedition, war, slander, treachery, and fraud. By these they mutually torment each other. They would quickly dissolve the society they have formed if it were not for the dread of still greater ills that would attend their separation.
Even though these external attacks from animals, from other human beings, and from all the elements assault us and form a frightful list of woes, they are nothing in comparison with those that arise within ourselves from the distempered condition of our mind and body. How many people lie under the lingering torment of disease? Listen to the pathetic enumeration of the great poet John Milton. Intestine stone and ulcer, colic pangs, demoniac frenzy, moping melancholy, and moonstruck madness, pining atrophy, marasmus and wide wasting pestilence. Dire was the tossing, deep the groans. Despair tended the sick, busiest from couch to couch, and over them triumphed death, his dart shook, but delayed to strike, though oft invoked with vows as their chief good and final hope. The disorders of the mind, though more secret, are perhaps not less dismal and vexing. I mean remorse, shame, anguish, rage, disappointment, anxiety, fear, dejection, and despair. Who has ever passed through life without cruel inroads from these tormentors? How many have scarcely ever felt any better sensations? Labor and poverty, so abhorred by everyone, are the certain lot of most people. The few privileged ones, who enjoy ease and opulence, never reach contentment or true felicity. All the goods of life united would not make a truly happy person, but all the ills united would indeed make a wretch. Almost any one of those ills, and who can be free from all of them? No, the absence of even one good, and who can possess all, is sufficient to render life unsatisfactory. If a stranger were suddenly to drop into this world, I would display, as a specimen of its ills, a hospital full of diseases, a prison crowded with criminals and debtors, a field of battle strewn with carcasses, a fleet floundering on the ocean, and a nation languishing under tyranny, famine, or pestilence. Where should I turn to show the happy side of life and provide a notion of its pleasures? To a ball? To an opera? A royal court? It might rightly seem that I was only showing a diversity of distress and sorrow.
There is no way of evading such striking instances, other than by making apologies, and that simply aggravates the charge. Why, I ask, have all people in all ages complained incessantly about the miseries of life? Someone might say, well, they have no just reason. These complaints merely come from their discontented, whining, and anxious disposition. I reply, can there possibly be a more certain foundation for misery than such a wretched temperament? My antagonist persists. But if they really were as unhappy as they pretend to be, why do they cling to life? I say, not satisfied with life, afraid of death. This is the secret chain that holds us. We are terrified, not bribed. That is why we continue to exist. My interlocutor perseveres. Only a false delicacy in which a few refined spirits indulge has spread these complaints among the entire human race. But I ask, what is this delicacy that you blame? Is it anything other than a greater sensibility to all the pleasures and pains of life? If a person with a delicate, refined temperament, by being so much more alive than the rest of the world, is only so much more unhappy, what judgment should we form in general about human life? Our adversary says, let people remain at rest, then life will be easy. They are the willing makers of their own misery. But I respond, no! An anxious languor follows their repose. Disappointment, vexation, and trouble become their activity and ambition.
Philo, and Demia, I see something like what you mention in some other people, but I confess that I feel little or nothing of it myself. I hope it is not as common as you represent it.
Cleanthes, if you do not feel human misery, I congratulate you on such a happy singularity. Others, who seem to be the most prosperous, have not been ashamed to vent their complaints in the most melancholy way. Consider the fortunate Emperor Charles V, who, when he became tired of human grandeur, transferred his extensive kingdom to his son. In his final speech made on that memorable occasion, he publicly proclaimed that the greatest prosperity he ever enjoyed had been mixed with so much adversity that he could truly say that he had never enjoyed any satisfaction or contentment. But did his life of retirement, in which he sought shelter, provide greater happiness? If we are to believe his son's account, he began to regret his decision on the very day he resigned. Cicero's fortune rose from humble beginnings to the greatest luster and renown. Yet his personal letters, as well as his philosophical discourses, contain pathetic complaints about the ills of life. And appropriate to his own experience, he introduces Cato, the great, fortunate Cato, protesting in his old age that if he were offered a new life, he would reject it. Ask yourself, or any of your acquaintances, would you live the last 10 or 20 years of your life over again? No. But the next 20, they would say, will be better. In the words of John Dryden, and from the dregs of life hope to receive what the first sprightly running could not give. In the end, they find human misery to be so great that it even reconciles contradictions. In the same breath, they complain of the shortness of life and of its vanity and sorrow.
Is it possible, Cleanthes, that after all these reflections, and infinitely more that we might offer, you can persevere in your anthropomorphism and proclaim the moral attributes of God, his justice, benevolence, mercy, and goodness, to be of the same nature as these virtues are in human creatures? We agree that his power is infinite. Whatever he wills is executed. But neither human beings nor any other animals are happy. Therefore, God does not will their happiness. God's wisdom is infinite. He never makes a mistake in choosing the means to any end. But the course of nature does not promote human or animal happiness. Nature is not designed for that purpose. Throughout the whole compass of human knowledge, there are no inferences more certain and infallible than these. Then in what respect do God's benevolence and mercy resemble the benevolence and mercy of human beings? Epicurus' old questions remain unanswered. Is God willing to prevent evil, but unable to do so? Then God is impotent. Is God able to prevent evil, but not willing? Then God is malevolent. Is God both willing and able to prevent evil? Then what is the source of evil? Cleanthes, you ascribe, and I believe rightly, a purpose and intention to nature. But I beg you to tell us the object of that curious cunning and machinery that nature displays in all animals. Is it merely the preservation of individuals and the propagation of the species? If so, it seems enough for that purpose only to achieve fertility in the universe, without any care or concern for the happiness of the members that compose it. No resource or means exists merely for the purpose of giving pleasure or comfort. There is no fund of pure joy and contentment, no luxury without some want or necessity accompanying it. The few phenomena of this sort are outweighed by the opposite phenomena that are even more important. Our sense of music, harmony, and beauty of all kinds provides satisfaction without being absolutely necessary to the preservation and propagation of the species. But on the other hand, think of the racking pains that arise from gout, kidney stones, migraine headaches, toothaches, and rheumatism, where the injury to the animal mechanism ranges from the small to the incurable. Mirth, laughter, play, and frolic seem to be gratuitous satisfactions that have no further purpose. Bad temper, melancholy, discontent, and superstition are pains of the same nature. Then how does divine benevolence display itself in the reckoning of you anthropomorphites? Only we mystics, as you were happy to call us, can account for this strange mixture of phenomena by deriving it from attributes that are infinitely perfect but incomprehensible.
Philo, have you at last revealed your true intentions? Your long alliance with Demea did surprise me a little, but now I find that all along you were mounting a hidden attack against me. I see that you have now found a subject worthy of your noble spirit of opposition and disagreement. If you can establish this point, and prove that human beings are all unhappy and corrupt, that immediately brings an end to religion. What would be the purpose of establishing the natural attributes of God, while the moral qualities are doubtful and uncertain?
You are very quick to be offended, Cleanthes, by opinions that are both innocent and widely held, even among the most religious and devout people. Nothing could be more surprising than to find a topic such as this, the wickedness and misery of human beings, accused of leading to nothing less than atheism and impiety. Is it not true that all holy priests and preachers have devoted their rhetoric to such a fertile subject? Have they not easily resolved any difficulties that may accompany it? This world is but a speck in comparison with the universe. This life is but a moment when compared with eternity. The present evil phenomena are therefore rectified in other regions and in a future period of existence. Then human eyes will be opened to a larger view of things, and they will see the full connection among general laws. People will follow with adoration the benevolence and goodness of God through all the mazes and intricacies of his providence.
No. Definitely not. Such arbitrary assumptions can never be accepted contrary to visible and undeniable fact. But how can we know any cause except from its known effects? How can any hypothesis be proved except from the apparent phenomena? To establish one hypothesis on another is to build entirely in the air. The most we could ever attain by such conjectures and fictions is to grasp the bare possibility of our own opinion. Never can we establish reality on such grounds. The only way of supporting God's benevolence is to deny the absolute misery and wickedness of humanity, and I willingly embrace that alternative. Your representation of the human condition is exaggerated. Your melancholy view is mostly fictitious, and your inferences are contrary to fact and experience. Health is more common than sickness, pleasure more common than pain, and happiness more common than misery. For one difficulty we encounter, we meet 100 enjoyments.
Even if we accept your position, Cleanthes, which is still extremely doubtful, you must at the same time admit that if pain is less frequent than pleasure, it is infinitely more violent and durable. 1 hour of it is often able to outweigh a day, a week, a month of our common insipid enjoyments. How many people pass days, weeks, and months in the most acute torment? Pleasure is hardly ever able to reach ecstasy and rapture, and no single instant can continue for long at its greatest pitch and height. The spirits evaporate, the nerves relax, the fabric is disordered, and the enjoyment quickly degenerates into fatigue and uneasiness. But pain often, good God, how often, rises to torture and agony. The longer it continues, the more it becomes true agony and torture. Patience is exhausted, courage languishes, depression seizes us, and nothing terminates our misery but the removal of its cause or another event. The sole cure of all evils, but from which, through our natural folly, we recoil with still greater horror and dread. But Well, not to dwell on these topics, though they are quite obvious, certain, and important, I must use my freedom to warn you, Cleanthes, that you have brought the discussion to a most dangerous point.
Oh.
You seem to be unaware that you are introducing total skepticism into the most essential articles of natural and revealed theology.
Oh.
What are you saying? Are you insisting that there is no way of establishing a proper foundation for religion unless we affirm the happiness of human life and maintain that our continued existence is satisfactory and desirable, even in this world, with all our present pains, infirmities, vexations, and follies? But this is contrary to everyone's feeling and experience. It is contrary to an authority so well established that nothing can subvert it. No decisive proofs can ever be produced against it. It is impossible for you ever to compute, estimate, and compare all the pains and pleasures in the lives of all human beings and animals. By resting the entire system of religion on one point that from its very nature must forever be uncertain, you tacitly admit that the system itself is equally uncertain. Even if we grant you what will never be believed, or at least what you can never prove, that animal, or at least human happiness in this life exceeds its misery, you have as yet achieved nothing. Clearly, this is not what we expect from infinite power, infinite wisdom, and infinite goodness. So why is there any misery at all in the world? Surely it is not by chance. Then it must be from some cause. Is it God's intention? But God is perfectly benevolent. Is it contrary to God's intention? But God is almighty. Nothing can shake the solidity of this reasoning, so short, so clear, and so decisive.
I confess that I have been inclined to distrust the frequent repetition of the word infinite that we constantly encounter in theological writings. It smacks more of glorification than of philosophy. It would better serve the goals of reasoning, even in religion, if we would content ourselves with more moderate and more accurate expressions. The terms admirable, excellent, truly great, wise, and holy would sufficiently fill the human imagination. Not only does it lead to absurdity, but anything beyond it has no influence on the emotions or sentiments. Demia, on the present subject, if we abandon all human analogy, as you seem to favor, I fear that we will abandon religion itself and retain no conception of the great object of our adoration. But if we preserve human analogy, we will forever find it impossible to reconcile any inclusion of evil in the universe with infinite attributes. Much less can we prove these attributes from those circumstances. But if we suppose the author of nature to be finitely perfect, while far exceeding humankind, then we might give a satisfactory account of natural and moral evil, and every disturbing phenomenon can be explained and adjusted. We might then choose a lesser evil to avoid a greater one and submit to inconveniences in order to reach a desirable end. In short, benevolence, regulated by wisdom and limited by necessity, might produce exactly the world we have at present. Now, Philo, you are so quick to present views, reflections, and analogies. I would gladly hear at length and without interruption your opinion of this new theory. If it deserves our attention, we might put it into a better form later, when we have more time.
My opinion is not a mystery. So, without any ceremony, I will present what occurs to me on this topic. I think you must admit that if a person of very limited intelligence, who is entirely unacquainted with the universe, were told that it is the product of a very good, wise, and powerful being, however finite, the stranger would, by conjecture, form an idea of the universe different from what we find it to be by experience. That stranger would never imagine, based on the attributes of the cause we had described, that the effect could be so full of vice, misery, and disorder as it appears in this life. Now suppose that this person is brought into the world still assured that it is the work of such a sublime and benevolent being. Our stranger might be surprised and disappointed, but there would be no need to abandon the former belief if it is supported by cogent arguments. That person would be aware that blindness and ignorance prevent seeing many explanations of these phenomena that will never be comprehended by limited intelligence. But suppose, as is the actual case with human beings, that this creature is not previously convinced of a supreme intelligence that is benevolent and powerful, but is left to gather such a belief from appearances. This entirely changes things, and our stranger will never find any reason for such a conclusion. Even if we assume that person to be fully convinced of the narrow limits of the understanding, this will not help form a conclusion concerning the goodness of the superior power that created the world. That conclusion must be formed from what is known, not from ignorance. The more you exaggerate the stranger's weakness and ignorance, the more cautious that person will become, concluding that such subjects are beyond comprehension. Therefore, you are obliged to reason with the stranger only from the known phenomena and drop every arbitrary supposition or conjecture. If I were to show you a house or a palace that contains not one convenient or comfortable room, in which windows, doors, fireplaces, halls, stairs, and the whole structure of the building are the source of noise, confusion, fatigue, darkness, and extreme hot and cold, you would surely criticize the construction without further examination. It would be futile for the architect to display professional expertise by proving to you that if this door or that window were changed, even greater problems would result. What the architect says might be quite true. Altering one particular while the other parts remain the same might only increase the inconveniences. But you would still say, in general, that if the architect had genuine skill and good intentions, a plan for the whole building might have been created and the parts adjusted in such a way that all or most of the difficulties could have been avoided. The architect's ignorance of such a plan, or even your own ignorance, will never convince you that it is impossible. If you find any inconveniences and defects in the building, you will always blame the architect without listing the details.
True.
In short, I repeat the question. Is the world, considered in general and as it appears to us in this life, what a limited being would beforehand expect from a very powerful, wise, and benevolent God? It would be a strange prejudice to say that it is. So, I conclude that however consistent with such a deity the world might be by allowing certain assumptions and conjectures, it can never provide an inference concerning God's existence. The consistency is not denied, only the inference. Conjecture, especially if we exclude infinity from God's attributes, might be sufficient to prove consistency, but it can never justify logical inference. Most of the evils that trouble living creatures seem to come from 4 circumstances, all of which may be necessary and unavoidable. We know so little beyond common life, or even of common life, that concerning the structure of the universe there is no conjecture, however wild, which might not be true, nor any one, however plausible, which may not be erroneous. All that is proper for human understanding, in the midst of this deep ignorance and obscurity, is to be skeptical, or at least cautious, and not accept any hypothesis at all, much less one that does not appear to be probable. I say this is the case with regard to all the causes of evil and the circumstances on which it depends. none of them appear to human reason to be at all necessary or unavoidable. Only with unbridled imagination can we suppose them to be so. The first circumstance that introduces evil is the arrangement or structure of animal existence by which pains as well as pleasures are utilized to urge all creatures to action and make them vigilant in the great work of self-preservation. But to human understanding, pleasure alone in various degrees would seem to suffice for this purpose. All animals might be constantly in a state of enjoyment, but when nature urges them through necessities such as thirst, hunger, and weariness, they might feel diminished pleasure instead of pain, and might be prompted to seek the objects they need for subsistence in that way. Human beings pursue pleasure as eagerly as they avoid pain, or at least they might have been created that way. Therefore, it seems clearly possible to carry on the business of life without any pain. Then why is any animal ever susceptible to such a sensation? If animals can be free of pain for an hour, they might enjoy perpetual exemption from it. Specific design of their organs was required to produce that feeling, just as it was to endow them with sight, hearing, or any of the other senses. Should we conjecture that such a design was necessary without being able to find any reason for it? Should we build on that conjecture as we would on the most certain truth? The ability to feel pain would not alone produce pain if it were not for the second circumstance, the operation of the world by general laws. This does not seem necessary to a perfect God. It is true that if everything were done by individual will, the course of nature would be constantly interrupted, and human beings could not use reason to direct their lives. But is it not possible for other voluntary acts to remedy this difficulty? In short, might it not be possible for God to exterminate evil wherever it is found and only produce goodness, eliminating the long chain of causes and effects? Furthermore, we must consider the fact that the way the world is currently arranged, even though it is supposed to be regular and orderly, it does not appear to us to be so. Many events are uncertain, and many disappoint our expectations. Health and sickness, calm and storm, and an infinite number of other accidents whose causes are unknown and variable greatly influence both the fortune of individual people and the prosperity of whole societies. Indeed, all of human life in a way depends on such accidents. Therefore, a being that knows the secret causes of the universe through particular choices might easily turn all these accidents to the good of humanity and render the whole world happy without revealing himself. A fleet of ships serving the purpose of benefiting society might always meet with fair winds. Good leaders might enjoy sound health and long life. People born into power and authority might be created with good character and virtuous disposition. A few such events, regularly and wisely conducted, would change the face of the world without seeming to disturb the course of nature or mystifying human action any more than the present order of things, in which causes are secret, variable, and complex. Some small changes in Caligula's brain in his infancy might have converted him into a Trajan. One wave, a little higher than the rest, might have restored liberty to a considerable part of humanity by burying Caesar and his fortune at the bottom of the ocean.
True.
For all we know, there may be good reasons why Providence does not interfere in this way. But these reasons are unknown to us. So, even if we suppose that such reasons exist, they might suffice to uphold the conclusion that God is benevolent, but it could never justify that conclusion. If general laws conduct everything in the universe, and if animals are constituted to feel pain, then it seems impossible to avoid at least some affliction in the violent motions of matter and the harmony and opposition of general laws. But this affliction would be rare if it were not for the third circumstance, the scarcity with which all powers and abilities are distributed to every particular being. The organs and functions of all animals are so well adjusted and so well fitted to their preservation that as far as history and tradition reach, not a single species in the universe seems yet to have been extinguished. Every animal has the necessary endowments, but these endowments are distributed with such strict economy that any significant reduction would entirely destroy the creature. Wherever one power is increased, there is a proportional decrease in the other. Animals that excel in speed generally lack power. Those that possess both are either limited in their senses or oppressed with the most craving needs. The human species, whose chief excellence is reason and judgment, is the most needy and deficient in bodily advantages. Humans are without clothes, without weapons, without food, and without lodging. And they lack all amenities of life except what comes from their own skill and work. In short, nature seems to have formed an exact calculation of the basic needs of her creatures, and, like a rigid master, has given them fewer powers and endowments than are strictly sufficient to supply those necessities. An indulgent parent would have bestowed a large stock in order to guard against accidents and secure the happiness and welfare of children in the most unfortunate circumstances. Not every course of life would have been so surrounded with precipices, such that the least departure from the true path, either by mistake or necessity, inevitably involves us in misery or ruin. Some reserve, some fund would have been provided to ensure happiness. Our powers and needs would not have been adjusted with such a rigid economy. The author of nature is inconceivably powerful. His ability is considered to be formidable, if not altogether inexhaustible. Nor is there any reason, as far as we can judge, to require him to observe this strict frugality in dealing with his creatures. If his power were extremely limited, it would have been better to create fewer animals and endowed them with more abilities designed to achieve happiness and preservation. No builder is considered to be wise who undertakes a plan that goes beyond the resources that are available. In order to cure most of the miseries of human life, I do not say that people should have the wings of an eagle, the speed of a stag, the strength of an ox, the legs of a lion, and the skin of a crocodile or rhinoceros. Even less do I demand the prudence of an angel or cherubim. I would be content to take an increase in one single power or ability of the soul. Let people be endowed with a greater liking for industry and labor, a more vigorous source and activity of mind, or a more constant inclination to business and application. Let the whole species naturally possess diligence equal to that which many individuals are now able to attain by habit and thought. The most beneficial consequences, unmixed with anything bad, would be the immediate and necessary result of this endowment. Almost all moral as well as natural evils of human life arise from indolence. If our species were freed from this vice or infirmity by their original nature and constitution, then the perfect cultivation of land, the improvement of the arts and manufacturing, and the exact execution of every office and duty would follow. People would immediately and fully reach the state of society that is so imperfectly attained by even the best regulated government. Industriousness is the most valuable power we have. But nature seems to have followed her usual pattern and bestowed it on human beings with a sparing hand, tending to punish them severely for their deficiency rather than rewarding them for their achievements. Nature has designed them so that nothing but the most violent necessity can oblige them to work. It employs all their other wants to overcome, at least in part, the want of diligence, and to endow them with some small share of an ability of which it has thought fit largely to deprive them. Here our demands are very humble, and therefore all the more reasonable. If we were to demand the endowment of superior intellect and judgment, of a more delicate taste for beauty, or of a better sensitivity to benevolence and friendship, then we might be accused of irreverently pretending to break the order of nature and to exalt ourselves into a higher rank of being, that what we demand would be destructive to us, because they are not suitable to our state or condition. But it is hard, I dare to repeat it, it is hard that we are placed in a world so full of wants and needs, where almost every being and element is either our foe or refuses its assistance, and that we also have to struggle with our own temperament, and are deprived of the one ability which alone can defend us from these many evils. The fourth circumstance from which arises the misery and evil of the universe is the haphazard workmanship of all the causes and principles of the great machine of nature. I will admit that there are few parts of the universe that do not seem to serve some purpose and whose removal would not produce a visible defect and disorder in the whole system. The parts all hang together, and one part cannot be touched without affecting the rest to some degree. At the same time, I must point out that none of these parts or principles, no matter how useful, is so accurately adjusted that they remain precisely within the bounds in which their utility consists. All of them are apt, on every occasion, to go to one extreme or another. So unfinished is every part, and so coarse are the strokes with which it is executed, one might imagine that this grand product had not yet received the final hand of its maker. Winds are required to convey moisture along the surface of the globe and to assist in navigating ships. But how often do they turn into tempests and hurricanes and become destructive? Rains are necessary to nourish the plants and animals of the earth. How often are they defective or excessive? Heat is required for all life and vegetation, but it is not always found in the right proportion. The health and prosperity of an animal depend on the mixture and secretion of the fluids and juices of the body, but the parts do not always perform their proper function. What is more useful than the various passions of the mind? Ambition, vanity, love, anger, but how often do they go out of control and cause the greatest convulsions in society? There is nothing advantageous in the universe that does not frequently become destructive by its excess or defect. Nature has not guarded with appropriate accuracy against disorder and confusion. Perhaps the irregularity is never great enough to destroy an entire species, but it often suffices to involve individuals in ruin and misery. Therefore, all or most natural evil depends on the concurrence of these four circumstances. If all living creatures were incapable of pain, or if the world were administered by particular decisions, evil could never have entered the universe. If animals were endowed with a large stock of powers and abilities beyond what strict necessity requires, or if the various causes and principles of the universe were so accurately framed as to preserve the right balance and temperament, there would have been very little evil in comparison with what we now experience. Then what should we say in this situation? Should we claim that these circumstances are not necessary and that they might easily have been altered in the creation of the universe? This decision seems to be too presumptuous for creatures so blind and ignorant. Let us be more modest in our conclusions. Let us admit that if the goodness of God, I mean goodness in the human sense, could be established on any convincing reasons a priori, these phenomena, no matter how annoying, would not suffice to subvert that principle, but might easily, in some unknown way, be reconciled with it. But we must still maintain that this goodness is not able to be established ahead of time, but must be inferred from the phenomena. There are no grounds for such an inference while there are so many evils in the universe, and while these ills might have been cured so easily, at least as far as human understanding is able to judge on such a subject. I am enough of a skeptic to admit that the bad appearances, in spite of all my reasoning, might be compatible with the divine attributes you assume. But surely they can never prove these attributes. Such a conclusion cannot result from skepticism, but must arise from phenomena and from our confidence in the reasons we deduce from these phenomena. Look around this universe. You will see an immense profusion of beings, animated and organized, conscious and active. You admire this prodigious variety and fecundity, but inspect these living creatures a little more carefully, the only beings worth considering. Observe how hostile and destructive they are to each other. Note how insufficient all of them are for their own happiness. See how contemptible or odious they are to the spectator. All of it presents nothing but the idea of a blind nature, impregnated by a great vivifying principle, pouring forth from her lap her maimed and aborted children, without discernment or parental care. Here, the Manichaean system occurs as a proper hypothesis to solve the difficulty. No doubt, in some respects, it is specious, but it is more probable than the common hypothesis, because it accounts for the strange mixture of goodness and evil that appears in life. On the other hand, if we consider the perfect uniformity and agreement of the various parts of the universe, we will not discover in it any traces of combat between a malevolent and benevolent being. There is an opposition of pains and pleasures in the feelings of conscious beings, but are not all of them the operations of nature carried on by opposing principles such as hot and cold, moist and dry, and light and heavy? The true conclusion is that the original source of all things is entirely indifferent to all those principles. It gives no more preference to good over evil than to heat over cold, drought over moisture, or light over heavy. We may formulate 4 possibilities concerning the first causes of the universe. 1. That they are endowed with perfect goodness. 2. That they have perfect malice. 3. That they oppose each other, having both goodness and malice. And 4. That they have neither goodness nor malice. Mixed phenomena can never prove the first 2 principles, which are unmixed. The uniformity and steadiness of general laws seems to oppose the third hypothesis, that they have both goodness and malice. Therefore, the fourth possibility seems most probable. The fundamental causes of the universe have neither goodness nor malice. What I have said about natural evil will apply to moral evil, with little or no variation. We have no more reason to suppose that the rectitude of the Supreme Being resembles human rectitude than that his benevolence resembles human benevolence. On the contrary, it seems that we have even greater cause to exclude God from moral sentiments of the sort we feel, since, in the opinion of many, moral evil predominates much more over moral good than natural evil predominates over natural goodness. But even if we do not allow this and acknowledge that human virtue is superior to human vice, as long as there is any vice at all in the universe, it will greatly puzzle you anthropomorphites concerning how to account for it. You must assign a cause to it, without going so far as the first cause. But every effect must have a cause, and that cause have another cause. So you must either carry that progression to infinity or rest on the original principle. The ultimate cause of all things...
Stop! Stop! Where is your imagination carrying you? I formed an alliance with you in order to prove the incomprehensible nature of the divine being and refute the principles of Cleanthes, who tried to measure everything by human rules and standards. But now I find you presenting all the ideas of the greatest freethinkers and infidels, betraying the holy cause you seemed to espouse. Philo, are you secretly a more dangerous enemy than Cleanthes himself?
Did it take you this long to realize it? Believe me, Demia, your friend Philo has been amusing himself at both our expense from the beginning. We must admit that the unwise reasoning of our popular theology has provided him with an easy means for ridicule. The total infirmity of human reason, the absolute incomprehensibility of divine nature, the great and universal misery and still greater wickedness of human beings are strange topics to be greatly cherished by orthodox ministers and holy doctors. In ages of stupidity and ignorance, such principles might safely be espoused. Perhaps no view of things is better suited to promote superstition than one that promotes the blind amazement, the diffidence, and the melancholy of humankind. But at present...
Do not blame the ignorance of these reverend gentlemen. They know how to change their style with the times. Formerly, it was a popular topic to maintain that human life was vanity and misery, and to exaggerate all the ills and pains that are incident to human beings. But in recent years, we find that theologians are beginning to retract that position and maintain, though still with some hesitation, that there are more goods than evils, more pleasures than pains, even in this life. When religion stood entirely on temperament and education, it was thought proper to encourage melancholy, since humankind never had recourse to superior powers as readily as in that mental state. But since people have now learned to form principles and draw conclusions, it is necessary to take a different approach and make use of arguments that will withstand at least some scrutiny and examination. This variation is the same, and from the same causes as that I formerly pointed out with regard to skepticism.
In this way, Philo continued to maintain his spirit of opposition and his critique of established opinions. But I could see that Demea did not at all like the latter part of the conversation, and soon found an opportunity, on some pretense or other, to leave. After Demea's departure, Cleanthes and Philo continued the conversation in the following way.
I'm afraid that our friend will have little inclination to revive this subject as long as you are part of the conversation. To tell the truth, Philo, I would prefer to reason with either of you separately on a subject that is so interesting and sublime. The vigor of your controversy, combined with your abhorrence of superstition, carries you to strange lengths when you're engaged in an argument. There is nothing so sacred or venerable, even in your own eyes, that you will spare on that occasion.
I must confess that I am less cautious on the subject of natural religion than on any other. I know that on that topic I can never corrupt the principles of any person who has common sense, and because I am confident that no one in whose eyes I seem to have common sense will ever mistake my intentions. Cleanthes, you in particular, with whom I have the closest friendship, are aware that in spite of how free I am in conversation and my fondness for bizarre arguments, nobody has a deeper sense of religion or pays more attention to the divine being, while reasoning on the inexplicable plan and work of nature.
True.
Purpose, intention, and design everywhere strike even the most careless and stupid thinker. Nobody can be so jaded by absurd theoretical systems as entirely to reject it. That nature does nothing in vain is a maxim established in all schools of thought merely by contemplating the works of nature, even without any religious purpose. From a firm conviction of its truth, a biologist who discovered a new organ or canal would never be satisfied without also finding its use and intention. One great foundation of the Copernican system is the maxim that nature acts by the simplest methods and chooses the most proper means to any end. Astronomers often, without even thinking about it, build this strong foundation for piety and religion. We can observe the same thing in other parts of philosophy, so that all the sciences tend to lead us tacitly to acknowledge a first intelligent author of nature. Their authority is often that much greater because they do not directly profess that intention. I am pleased when I find Galen reasoning about the structure of the human body. The human anatomy, he says, contains more than 600 different muscles. Whoever studies them will find that each one has been adjusted by nature to function in at least 10 different circumstances in order to attain its ends. Proper figure, appropriate size, right position of the several ends, upper and lower position of the whole, and the due insertion of several nerves, veins, and arteries. Therefore, in the muscles alone, more than 6,000 aspects and intentions have been formed and executed. Galen calculates that there are 284 bones, with more than 40 distinct purposes intended in the structure of each one. What a prodigious display of design, even in these simple and homogeneous parts.
True.
But if we consider the skin, ligaments, vessels, glands, fluids, and the various limbs and members of the body, our amazement will rise in proportion to the number and intricacy of the parts that are so artfully adjusted. The farther we advance in this research, the more we discover new displays of art and wisdom. At a distance, we spot further manifestations beyond our reach in the fine internal organization of the parts, in the structure of the brain, and in the fabric of the seminal vessels. All of these achievements are repeated in every different species of animal, with wonderful variety, and perfectly suited to the different intentions of nature in framing each species. If the agnosticism of Galen, even when these natural sciences were in an early stage of development, could not withstand such striking evidence, what degree of stubborn obstinacy must a philosopher in our age have attained who could now doubt the existence of God?
I agree.
If I could meet with one of that sort, who, I thank God, are very rare, I would ask, supposing there were a God who did not immediately reveal himself to our senses, would it be possible for him to give stronger proofs of his existence than what appears on the whole face of nature? Indeed, what could such a divine being do but copy the present structure of things, render many of his designs so clearly that no stupidity could mistake them, provide glimpses of still greater designs that demonstrate his prodigious superiority over our narrow suspicions, and entirely conceal a great many of them from such imperfect creatures?
Yes.
According to all the rules of sound reasoning, every fact must pass for undisputed when it is supported by all the arguments of which its nature admits. Even if these arguments are not in themselves numerous or impressive, they gain force in the present case, where no human imagination can compute their number and no understanding estimate their cogency.
I will add to what you have urged so well, that one great advantage of theism is that it is the only system of cosmogony that can be rendered intelligible and complete while preserving a strong analogy to what we see and experience in the world every day. Comparing the universe with a machine of human design is so obvious and natural, and is justified by so many instances of order and design in nature, that it must immediately inspire all unprejudiced observers and receive universal approval. Whoever attempts to challenge this theory cannot pretend to succeed by putting any other view that is precise and definite in its place. It should suffice simply to raise doubts and difficulties, and by employing a remote and abstract view of things, reach the suspense of judgment that lies at the boundary of what can be expected. But that state of mind is unsatisfactory, and it can never be maintained against the striking appearances that continually engage us in the religious hypothesis. The power of prejudice allows human nature to adhere to a false, absurd system with obstinacy and perseverance. But I think it is absolutely impossible to maintain or defend no system at all, as compared with a theory that is supported by strong and obvious reason, by natural propensity, and by early education.
I think that such suspense of judgments is hardly possible in the present case. I suspect that what enters into this controversy is more of a verbal dispute than is usually imagined. It is evident that the works of nature bear a strong analogy to the productions of art.
Absolutely.
According to all the rules of good reasoning, if we argue at all about them, we ought to infer that their causes have a proportional analogy. But because there are also considerable differences, we have reason to suppose a proportional difference in the causes. Specifically, we ought to attribute a much higher degree of power and energy to the supreme cause than any we have ever observed in human beings. Here we clearly ascertain the existence of God by reason. If we ask whether, on account of these analogies, we can properly call God a mind or intelligence, taking into account the vast difference between God and the human mind, what is this but a mere verbal dispute? Nobody can deny the analogy between the effects, and to restrain us from inquiring about the cause is scarcely possible. The legitimate conclusion from this inquiry is that the causes are also analogous. If we are not content with calling the first and supreme cause God, but desire to vary the expression, what are we to call him but mind or thought, to which he is justly supposed to bear considerable resemblance?
Yes.
All people with sound reason are disgusted with verbal disputes, which often flourish in philosophical inquiry. We find that the only remedy for this abuse comes from clear definitions and from the precision of those ideas that enter into any argument from the strict and uniform use of the terms we employ. But there is a kind of controversy that, from the very nature of language and of human ideas, is involved in perpetual ambiguity and can never, by any precaution or any definitions, reach reasonable certainty or precision. These are the controversies concerning the degrees of any quality or condition. We may argue to all eternity whether Hannibal was a great, a very great, or a superlatively great man, what degree of beauty Cleopatra possessed, or what epithet of praise Livy or Thucydides deserves, and never bring the controversy to an end. The disputants may agree in sense, but differ in terms, or vice versa, but may never be able to define their terms so as to enter into each other's meaning. The degrees of these qualities are not, like quantity and number, susceptible of exact measurement that could be used as the standard in settling the controversy. That the dispute concerning theism is of this nature, and consequently a merely verbal dispute, or perhaps, if that is possible, even more incurably ambiguous, will emerge on the slightest inquiry. I might ask a man who is a theist whether there is a great and immeasurable, because it is incomprehensible, difference between the human and the divine mind. The more pious he is, the more readily he will agree, and the more he will be inclined to magnify the difference. He will even claim that the difference is such that it cannot be too much magnified. Next, I turn to a man who is an atheist, who I claim is only an atheist in name and cannot possibly be in earnest. I ask him whether, from the coherence and evident harmony in all the parts of this world, there is not a certain degree of analogy among the operations of nature in every situation and every age. Whether the rotting of a turnip, the generation of an animal, and the structure of human thought are not forces that probably bear some remote analogy to each other. He will readily acknowledge it. How could he possibly deny it? Having obtained this concession, I push him still farther in his retreat, and ask him whether it is not probable that the principle that first arranged and still maintains order in this universe does not also bear some remote and inconceivable analogy to the other operations of nature, and, along with the rest, to the structure of human mind and thought. However reluctant, he must give his assent. Then I shout to both of these antagonists, "So where is the subject of your dispute?" The theist admits that the original intelligence is very different from human intelligence. The atheist admits that the original principle of order bears some remote analogy to it. Will you quarrel, gentlemen, about degrees and enter into a controversy that does not admit any precise meaning, and therefore also not of any resolution? If you should be that obstinate, I would not be surprised to find that you would unknowingly change sides. The theist, on one hand, exaggerates the dissimilarity between God and frail, imperfect, variable, fleeting, and mortal creatures. The atheist, on the other hand, magnifies the analogy among the different operations of nature in every period, situation, and position. Consider, then, where the real point of such disagreement lies. If you cannot put aside your dispute, then you should at least try to rid yourself of your animosity. Cleanthes, here I must also acknowledge that because the works of nature have a much greater analogy to the effects of our art and design than to those of our benevolence and justice, the natural attributes of God have a greater resemblance to human attributes than his moral attributes have to human virtues. But what is the consequence of that? Only that human moral qualities are more defective in their kind than human natural abilities. Since God is said to be absolutely and entirely perfect, whatever differs most from God is farther from the supreme standard of morality and perfection. These, Cleanthes, are my honest sentiments on this subject, and you know that I have always cherished and maintained these opinions. But my abhorrence of superstition is proportional to my veneration for true religion. I confess that I take unusual pleasure in pushing such principles, sometimes into absurdity, sometimes into impiety. Of course, you are aware that all bigots, in spite of their aversion to impiety over absurdity, are often equally guilty of both.
Philo, I must say that I'm inclined to go in a different direction. No matter how corrupt religion may be, it is still better than no religion at all. The doctrine of life after death is so strong and necessary as an assurance for morals that we should never abandon or neglect it. If finite and temporary rewards and punishments have so great an effect as we find every day, think of how much more can be expected from rewards that are infinite and eternal.
If superstition is so beneficial to society, then how does it happen that history abounds with accounts of its pernicious consequences for public affairs? Factions, civil wars, persecutions, subversion of governments, oppression, and slavery are dismal consequences that always accompany the dominance of religion over people's minds. If the religious spirit is ever mentioned in any historical narrative, we are sure to find details of the miseries that go along with it. No period of time is happier or more prosperous than those in which the spirit of religion is never seen or heard.
The reason for what you observe is obvious. The proper function of religion is to regulate the human heart, humanize conduct, and infuse the spirit of temperance, order, and obedience. Because it operates silently and only reinforces the motives of morality and justice, it is in danger of being overlooked and confused with these other motives. But when it shows itself and acts as a separate principle over people, it has departed from its proper sphere and has merely become a disguise for faction and ambition.
That is true of all religion, except the philosophical and rational kind. Your reasoning is easier to evade than my facts. It does not follow logically to claim that because finite and temporary rewards and punishments have such a great influence, that therefore infinite and eternal rewards are that much greater. I ask you to consider our attachment to the present and how little concern we have for what is remote and uncertain. When religious ministers rail against the usual behavior and conduct of the whole world, they always present this attachment to what is immediate as the strongest imaginable force, which it is. They describe almost all human beings as living under its influence and sunk into the deepest lethargy and unconcern about religious matters. Yet these same ministers, when they are trying to refute their theoretical opponents, present the motives of religion to be so powerful that without them it would be impossible for civil society to exist. They never seem to be ashamed by such a blatant contradiction. Based on experience, it is certain that the smallest grain of natural honesty and benevolence has more effect on people's conduct than the most pompous views suggested by theological theories and systems. People's natural inclinations work incessantly on them. They are forever present to the mind, entering every view and consideration, whereas religious motives, where they act at all, operate only on occasion. It is hardly possible for them to become entirely habitual to the mind. Scientists tell us that the force of gravity is infinitely small as compared with that of the least impulse. Yet it is certain that the smallest gravity will, in the end, prevail over a great impulse, because no strokes or blows can be repeated as constantly as attraction and gravitation. Another advantage of inclination is that it engages all the wit and ingenuity of the mind on its side. When it is placed in opposition to religious principles, it seeks every method and art of eluding them, and it is almost always successful. Who can explain the human heart or account for those strange evasions and excuses with which people comfort themselves when they follow their inclination in opposition to their religious duty? These things are well known, and nobody but fools trust people less because they hear that they hold theoretical doubts about theological subjects because of study and philosophy.
Yes.
But when we encounter someone who is ostentatious in professing religion and devotion, does this have any other effect on many who pass for wise than to put them on guard so that they might not be cheated and deceived by that person?
True.
We must further consider that philosophers who cultivate reason and reflection stand less in need of such motives to keep them restrained by morals. But common people who alone may need such motives are utterly incapable of embracing such a pure form of religion in which God is pleased with nothing but virtue in human behavior. Testimonials for God are generally rendered by frivolous observances, rapturous ecstasies, or bigoted credulity. We need not go back to antiquity or wander into remote regions to find instances of this degeneracy. Among us, some have been guilty of the atrocious practice, unknown to Egyptian and Greek superstitions, of speaking explicitly against morality by representing it as forfeiting God's favor if the least trust or reliance is placed in it. But even though superstition or enthusiasm might not put itself in direct opposition to morality, diverting attention, raising up new and frivolous kinds of merit, and the preposterous distribution it makes of praise and blame must have the most pernicious consequences and serve to weaken people's attachment to the natural motives of justice and humanity. Mm-hmm. Such a principle of action, which is not any of the regular motives of human conduct, acts only at intervals on our temperament. It must be aroused by continual effort in order to satisfy pious zealots with their own conduct and make them fulfill their devotional tasks. Many religious exercises seem to be conducted with fervor, whereas the heart at the time feels cold and languid. A habit of deception is contracted by degrees, and fraud and falsehood become the predominant principle. This is the reason for the common observation that the highest zeal in religion and the deepest hypocrisy, far from being inconsistent, are often united in the same individual character. The bad effects of such habits, even in common life, are easy to imagine. But where the interests of religion are concerned, no morality can be powerful enough to restrain the enthusiastic zealot. The sacredness of the cause sanctifies every measure that can be used to promote it.
That's true.
Steady attention to such an important interest as eternal salvation is apt to extinguish benevolent feeling and create a narrow, contracted selfishness. When such a state of mind is encouraged, it easily eludes all the general precepts of love and benevolence. Thus, the motives of superstition have no great influence on general conduct, nor do they operate to promote morality in instances where they predominate. Is any rule in politics more certain and infallible than that both the number and the power of priests should be confined within very narrow limits, and that civil magistrates should forever keep power from such dangerous hands? If the spirit of popular religion were beneficial to society, the opposite rule should prevail. The greater number of priests and their greater authority and wealth will always augment the religious spirit. And if this spirit guides the priests, should we not expect a superior sanctity of life and greater benevolence and moderation from people who are devoted exclusively to religion, who are continually inculcating it in others, and who must imbibe a greater share of it? Then why is it that, in reality, what the wisest magistrate can propose with regard to popular religion is, as far as possible, to mount a defense and prevent their pernicious effects on society? Every measure the magistrate tries for such a humble purpose is surrounded with difficulties. By allowing only one religion among the citizens, the magistrate must sacrifice every consideration of public liberty, science, reason, industry, and personal independence for an uncertain prospect of peace. By indulging several sects, which is the wiser approach, the magistrate must preserve philosophical indifference to all of them and carefully restrain the ambitions of the prevailing sect. Otherwise, it will be impossible to avoid endless disputes, quarrels, factions, persecutions, and civil unrest.
That's right.
I admit that true religion has no such detrimental consequences, but we must deal with religion as it is actually found in the world. I am not objecting to the theoretical aspect of theism, which as a species of philosophy shares in the beneficial influence of that principle. At the same time, it faces the difficulty of always being confined to only a few people. Oaths are required in all judicial courts, but we must question whether their authority comes from any popular religion. It is the solemnity and importance of the occasion, regard for reputation, and reflections on the general interest of society that serve as the chief restraints on humankind. Custom house oaths and political oaths have little influence even on those people who pretend to hold principles of honesty and religion. We rightly place a Quaker's vow on the same footing as an oath taken by any other person. I know that Polybius ascribes the infamy of Greek faith to the dominance of Epicurean philosophy. But I also know that Punic faith had as bad a reputation in ancient times as Irish affirmation has in modern times, although we cannot account for those widespread observations with the same reason. Let me only mention that the Greek faith was infamous before the rise of Epicurean philosophy, and that Euripides presented a remarkable stroke of satire against his nation in this regard.
Be careful, Philo. Take care not to push matters too far. Do not allow your zeal against false religion to undermine your veneration for true religion. Do not give up this principle, the chief, the only great comfort in life, our main support among all the attacks of hostile fortune. Genuine theism is the most welcome reflection that human imagination can suggest. It represents us as the workmanship of a God who is perfectly good, wise, and powerful. He created us for happiness. After implanting in us the immeasurable desire for goodness, he will prolong our existence to all eternity and take us to an infinite variety of situations in order to satisfy those desires and render our felicity complete and durable. Next to such a being, if such a comparison is allowable, the happiest lot we can imagine is that of being under his guardianship and protection.
These descriptions are most engaging and alluring. From the perspective of a true philosopher, they are more than appearances. But here, as in the former case, when we consider the greater part of humanity, these appearances are deceitful. The terrors of religion generally prevail over its comforts. If I agree that people never have recourse to devotion so readily as when they are dejected with grief or depressed with sickness, is this not proof that the religious spirit is more allied with sorrow than to joy?
But suffering people find consolation in religion.
Sometimes. But it is natural to suspect that in their contemplation of those unknown beings, they will form images that suit the gloom and melancholy of their present state of mind. Accordingly, we find that images of terror dominate in all religions. Once we employ the most exalted expressions in our descriptions of God, we fall victim to the flattest contradiction by affirming that the damned are infinitely greater in number than the elect. I will venture to say that there never was a popular religion that represented the state of departed souls in such a way that would render it possible for people to hope that it truly exists. The beautiful models of religion are only the product of philosophy. Because death lies between the eye and the prospect of a future existence, that event is so shocking to nature that it must throw a gloom on everything that lies beyond it, suggesting to most people images of Cerberus, the Furies, devils, and torrents of fire and brimstone. It is true that both fear and hope enter into religion, because both of these passions at different times arouse the human mind. Each of them forms a kind of divinity suitable to itself. But when people are in a cheerful disposition, they are fit for business or company or entertainment of any kind. Then they naturally apply themselves to these pursuits and not to religion. But when they are melancholy and dejected, they have nothing to do but brood on the terrors of the invisible world and to plunge themselves still deeper into misery. It might happen that after they have, in this way, engraved religious opinions deep into their thought and imagination, a change of health or circumstance takes place that restores their good humor and raises cheerful prospects for the future, making them run to the other extreme of joy and triumph. But we must still acknowledge that because terror is the primary principle of religion, it is the passion that always predominates in it and admits only short intervals of pleasure. These fits of excessive enthusiastic joy, I might add, exhaust the spirit and always prepare the way for equal fits of superstitious terror and dejection. No state of mind is as happy as one that is calm and serene, but it is impossible to sustain such a state when you think that you lie in profound darkness and uncertainty, between an eternity of happiness and an eternity of misery. No wonder that such an opinion disturbs the ordinary frame of mind and throws it into the utmost confusion. Although that effect is seldom so steady in its operation as to influence all our actions, it is apt to create a considerable break in our state of mind and to produce the gloom and melancholy that is so noticeable in all devout people. It is contrary to common sense to experience apprehension or terror because we hold some kind of opinion, whatever it is, or to imagine that we run an eternal risk hereafter because of the freest use of our reason. Such an idea is absurd and contradictory. It is absurd to believe that God has human passions, especially one of the lowest ones, a restless appetite for applause. And it is inconsistent to believe that since God has this human passion, he does not also have others, specifically a disregard for the opinions of creatures that are so much inferior. To know God, says Seneca, is to worship him. All other worship is indeed absurd, superstitious, and even impious. It degrades God to the low condition of human beings who are delighted with entreaty, solicitation, gifts, and flattery. Yet this is the smallest impiety of which superstition is guilty. Most often, it lowers God far below the human condition, representing him as a capricious demon who exercises his power without reason and without humanity. And if that divine being were inclined to be offended by the vices and follies of silly mortals, who are his own work, it would surely fare ill with the votaries of most popular superstitions. Only very few members of the human race would merit his favor. The philosophical theists who entertain, or rather try to entertain, suitable ideas of his divine perfection. The only people entitled to his compassion and indulgence would be the philosophical skeptics, a sect almost equally rare, who, from a natural reticence about their own ability, suspend, or try to suspend, all judgment concerning such sublime and extraordinary subjects. Some people maintain that all of natural theology resolves itself into one simple, though somewhat ambiguous, or at least undefined proposition, that the cause or causes of order in the universe probably bear some remote analogy to human intelligence. If this proposition is not capable of extension, variation, or further explication, if it provides no inference that affects human life or can be the source of any action or restraint, and if the analogy, imperfect as it is, can be carried no farther than to human intelligence and cannot be transferred with any appearance of probability to the qualities of the mind, if this really is the case, then what can the most inquisitive, contemplative and religious person do other than give plain philosophical assent to the proposition whenever it occurs and believe that the arguments on which it rests exceed the objections that oppose it? Of course, some astonishment will naturally arise from the greatness of the object, some melancholy from its obscurity, and some contempt of human reason, because it cannot find a more satisfactory solution to such an extraordinary and magnificent question. But believe me, Cleanthes, the most natural sentiment that a well-disposed mind will feel on this occasion is a longing desire and expectation that heaven would be pleased to dissipate, at least alleviate, this profound ignorance by providing some specific revelation to humankind and disclosing the nature, attributes, and operations of the divine object of our faith. A person who is seasoned with a proper sense of the imperfections of natural reason will grasp for revealed truth with the greatest hunger, while haughty dogmatists, persuaded that they can erect a complete system of theology by the mere help of philosophy, disdain any further help and reject this unexpected instructor. To be a philosophical skeptic is, in an educated person, the first and most essential step toward being a sound, believing Christian, a proposition I would willingly recommend to Pamphilus. I hope Cleanthes will forgive me for intruding so far in the education and instruction of his pupil.
Cleanthes and Philo did not pursue this conversation much farther. Nothing has ever made a greater impression on me than the reasoning of that day. So, on serious review of the whole dialogue, I conclude that Philo's principles are more probable than Demea's, but those of Cleanthes are closer to the truth.